Hello, it's 12 o'clock, so we need to start our my name is Koba Turmanidze. I'm director of CRRC-Georgia, and I will start the conference and invite then speakers to panel sessions. First of all, welcome to our 8th conference, which we call now Recovery and Realignment in the South Caucasus in a New Decade. And we could have called the conference also the South Caucasus in Unpredictable Times, because it became traditional that while we plan our conference and when we started, we have something unexpected, something dramatic, if not tragic, but transformative event facing us, and then we have to realign our conference also and conference topic to those big events. First of all, that was COVID-19 pandemic 2 years ago, followed by the war in Nagorno-Karabakh, 2 big events for the region and probably for broader world. And this year we wanted to address impacts of these 2 big events and how the region is coping with those challenges, how the region is recovering and what is really changing in our lives in all 3 countries. But as we were planning the conference, another big transformative event happened now, Russian invasion in Ukraine. And of course, this will have a huge impact on the region, and not only on the region, for the whole continent probably. Now, while we don't have a special panel or any discussion about the war in Ukraine, while we are talking about different issues here, Ukraine is on our minds as regular people who worry about the war and its outcomes, and as researchers who want to investigate the impact of the war in the region in the future. As for the topic and nature of our conference, it has been dual all the time. On the one hand, we want to investigate substantive issues in the country. This year, we are dealing with the impact of the war in Karabakh, and also looking at attitudes and opinions about space, how parties and politics are organized in Georgia, how language is used to gain and retain power in Georgia and in the region. We are looking at migration, and also, not least importantly, we are looking at different methods. Speaking at methods, the second objective of the conference is to provide a forum for discussion and debate about various methods that we use for our research in the region and beyond. And at CRRC, we use various methods. We believe that all methods are equally important, and we don't have hierarchy of methods and methodologies, but my personal view is that just to use old and often used quote, all animals are equal, but some are more equal than others. All methods are equal, but some are more equal than others. And these more equal than others methods to me is methods that deal with causal inference. So connecting causes with effects and telling a story to policymakers and broader audience. How can you change things? How can you make something happen? Or how can you stop something happening by using special interventions? Now, of course, this is not the only useful method. And we, as I said, appreciate all methods, and we use them in combination with each other. But if you want to convince someone to change something or to do something about some important policies or some important interests or behaviors, it's useful and important to show that there are some causes behind happenings, and then if you change those causes, or if you do something with those causes, you will get some other results. With this in mind, we invited a keynote speaker, Professor Nick Huntington-Klein from Seattle University, who will present this evening overview of research methods with the view of understanding how can we explain things by detecting causes and then measuring effects. The speech has very intriguing title, and I'm sure it will be very interesting for all of us, and looking forward to hearing that this evening. Also, in addition to that, first time in our conference history, we put together a panel where scholars from Georgia and also from Armenia talk about, and also from outside the region, talk about the methods that they used here, methods related to causal inference, experimental and quasi-experimental methods that they used to understand and also explain some policy relevant issues, and then communicate that to relevant audiences. So also looking forward to discussion on this panel, which is towards the end of our conference tomorrow. Now we have an online conference, but even online conference takes a lot of effort and a lot of organization. And wanted to thank particularly organizers of this conference, especially David Sijinava and Mariam Kobaladze, my colleagues at CRRC-Georgia, and also other staff at CRRC, both in Georgia and also in Armenia and Azerbaijan, who contributed to the organization of this conference. Lastly, just wanted to wish all of us that next time we meet next year, and hopefully that will be in-person meeting, we will be able to discuss another big transformative event in the region, but this time a good one. Unfortunately, so far, all big events that we had to face and deal somehow with our conference were negative, but this time I hope that it will be something positive for us to discuss and measure the impact of this good event on the region. This is all what I wanted to say about the conference as an opening notes. Looking forward to presentations, and I was also assigned the task to moderate the first panel, but before that, a few rules of the conference that applies to first session and also to all other sessions. Each presenter will have 50 minutes to present, and I will be noting time and also reminding speakers to wrap up the presentation when 15 minutes approach. And also we have 15 minutes for question and answer session, but this 15 minutes is for all presentations. It's not per presentation, but for all presentations. So if you have questions, please note them down, and then when the question and answer session starts, you will be able to ask the question either verbally or by texting to the chat message, and then we will read it out and the presenters will answer. Also, if you are watching us on Facebook or YouTube, you can still ask questions there, and our colleagues are monitoring that, and these questions will be also communicated to presenters, and then they will provide their answers. That's all as an introduction. Now, right away to the panel first, which is the 44-day war and its implications for the South Caucasus. We have 3 presentations for this panel, and I just wanted to apologize in advance if I mispronounce surnames. Normally, people mispronounce Georgian surnames, but Georgians are also pretty bad at pronouncing other surnames. So apologies for that, and please correct if I mispronounce your name. First presentation by Leonardo, Zanatta, and Marco Alvi. Leonardo is from Corvinus University of Budapest, and Marco is from University of Bologna. The presentation title is Assessing Water Irrationality in Disputed Regions, Nagorno-Karabakh in the Aftermath of the 44-Day War. And then this will be followed by the presentation of Anna Cieslewska, the Polish Academy of Sciences. The presentation is the Nagorno-Karabakh, Azerbaijanis and Armenians in Georgia, Uncertain Peace and Conflict Mobility. And the third presentation by Zulfiya Abdurrahimova Cherbi, from Harvard University, human rights and civic activism after the Second Karabakh War. I suppose we follow the order that presenters appear on the agenda. So Leonardo, Marco, please, the floor is yours, and please start your presentation.
Okay, thanks. Thank you so much for inviting us at this conference, and just let me share the screen, hoping that we won't have any logistic problem. Okay. Okay. Can you see something? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to be sure about it. So yeah, Marco, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Leonardo, and thank you for inviting me to this conference. The research that we work with Leonardo is about assessing water rationality in the Nagorno-Karabakh region in the context of the current context after the 44 days war. And I will introduce the general background of this research, and Leonardo will explain more details about the theory that we use for assessing this issue. So about the general background, please, Leonardo. The general background, we want to give an overview of what are the main water resources in this area and what are like the object of our researches. We focus on the Nagorno-Karabakh regions, like the former oblast and the surrounding regions that were parts of the disputes between the two countries. In this area, 8 major rivers are located among 2 main river basins, the lower Kura and the lower Ars river basin. In this, across this region, these rivers are located 4 major dams and around 36 hydropower plants that made the region at least developed in the use of these resources. At the point that annually, these hydropower plants generate more than 2.5 billion cubic meters of water, which provides self-sufficiency in the region and also the possibility to provide water in the lowlands. And among these power plants, the biggest is the Sarsang power plant that is located on the Tartar River, which is today still in the area controlled by Armenian Russian peacekeepers, which at the same time represents more than half of the water, of the electricity production by hydropower plants in this area, which is made significant as a relevant infrastructure. So we can go forward with next, yeah. And the importance in this case is that our research starts from putting together the issue of water scarcity and the instability generated itself also by the dispute in these areas of the conflict itself, and combine these 2 issues. We assess that water scarcity is itself a source of instability in the region itself, since like the production of electricity in this area creates problems for the main agricultural lands in the lowlands, in the Azerbaijani territory, for example, which is that's increased the instability and the conflict about between the parties. For example, in the case of Azerbaijan, during the pre-war context, we can say that most of this area of the Aran regions, most of this area across these 2 river basins was affected by water scarcity, and the relying of electricity was the electricity production was mainly relying on the use of hydrocarbons from Azerbaijan, which brought like extensive use of this resource that's may be used for exporting, for example. And the water resources, so the water resources in the Nagorno-Karabakh region can represent a changing in this context, since the use of water resources can reduce the use of hydrocarbons to produce electricity, and as well as providing more resources in the region, at the same time more exports of hydrocarbons across the Salt Gas Corridor pipeline. And the relevance of this river basin, the lower CRRC river basin, let's say, is that this area, these water resources, can provides more than 70% of drinking water in the entire region. So its relevance is also important for a social economic perspective. So with after the war, the consequences that war brought in this matter are extremely relevant, since Azerbaijan took back control of most of the territory surrounding the former Nagorno-Karabakh Oblast, taking at the point that 1/6 of the regional hydroelectric plants that were before located in this area are now on the Armenian-Russian controlled territory. So 5/6 came back under the control of Azerbaijan, and decreasing more than half of the production of Armenians living in these regions, and then switching the water insecurity issue from one side to another. At this point, after the war, Azerbaijan is planning to construct new power plants in these areas, mainly on the Aras, the lower Aras basin, and along also the border with Iran, which may create also like a possibility of cooperation, transborder cooperation in this matter. And it's also relevant that around 4,000 or 5,000 cubic meters of thermal water are presented in 3 of districts that Azerbaijan take back, the Kalbajar, Lachin, and Shusha districts, which can reduce the use of hydrocarbons also for heating, for example, but besides electricity productions. And this new investments, this new construction by Azerbaijan of hydropower plants can represent a game changer in the energy strategy of Azerbaijan, since the investment in these renewable resources can reduce the dependence from hydrocarbons, at the same time allow Azerbaijan to achieve its primary goal of reaching the electricity production made by renewables of 30% by 2030. So I conclude this general part of introduction and give the floor to my colleague to demonstrate the theory that we use for our researches.
Okay, thank you, Marco, for giving me the speech. And when we were looking at the preliminary literature review in order to assess in the most scholarly correct the Nagorno-Karabakh issue concerning water conflicts, the first theories that we encountered was water rationality theory. Of course, in our paper, other theories will be provided, but this is the very first approach that we had throughout our literature review. So basically what this water rationality theory claims, according to Alam, who is the scholar who actually addressed the theory while covering the Indo-Pakistani conflict and how some water-related issues were somehow solved thanks to some operas of transboundary water management, is that how countries, in order to avoid issues of water scarcity, will be somehow supposed sooner or later, in order to avoid water shortages in the long term, to become water rational actors. So it means that they will overcome their dispute on the basis of achieving successful transboundary water management. Wherever wouldn't be possible on the form of a bilateral level, then Alam argues that the involvement of a third actor, of a mediator, could somehow assist in an impartial and bipartisan way the dispute, and helps the two parts to become water rational actors. So this leads us to formulate the two main research questions of this paper, which I should remind is still a work in progress, and we are really presenting the first ideas and somehow preliminary outcomes. So the first thing is, as you can read from the slide, so how can transboundary water management in the region can be achieved according to this theoretical framework? And the second, of course, is which kind of governance, because from conflicts, the two parts or the regional landscape somehow supposed to achieve some governance in water management. So which kind of governance, according to our method, should be somehow achieved? And from this, we can argue two first hypotheses that we somehow try to formulate. The first is that Armenia and Azerbaijan have somehow the possibility of becoming water rational actors and will somehow able in the medium run to achieve some successful transboundary management. And the second is that whether these two actors will not be able to become water rational actors, as the theory claims, then which kind of bipartisan mediator should help the two parts to achieve governance in the region. So this leads us to some sub-hypotheses, so first state or an institutional framework. While testing the theory, we understand that Nagorno-Karabakh represent a very peculiar case on the literature of on water conflicts, because when looking at South Caucasus security issues, we still understand how the state is still the central, still plays a central role in security. And in this case, Nagorno-Karabakh or the authorities of the de facto Republic of Artsakh represents non-international recognized actors, which has an important control of upstream sources. So according to the literature on water conflicts, a necessary condition for creating successful water governance is having an involved strong upstream state, but this is not the case. And as we can see from the practice and some from history on water and governance, the two countries were, of course, during Soviet times, this was a totally different issues, but after the breakup of the Soviet Union, were not able to formulate any sort of agreement for common water sources and for achieving any sort of minimum transboundary management. And this was accentuated as emphasized during the 44 Days War, especially by the reciprocal accusation of eco-terrorism and environmental sabotage. This implies some mutual distrust that prevents the two sides from achieving, at least in the short and also in the medium term, some successful transboundary management. So this leads us to pass to the second part of the theory. So who should be the intermediator? Who should be the actor, and how the governance or the water governance in the region should look like? We somehow try to analyze the stances of all the actors, and we understand how after the 44 Days War is where involving only a first state is not impossible to exclude Russia because of its presence in the region after the ceasefire agreement. However, as the events in Ukraine occupy the Russian army and Russia's military forces more, the peacekeepers mission could be somehow be delegitimized and being less successful in controlling security issues in the region, as it's already happening, as from the latest months we are aware of that. And at the same time, we have another important actor which has been more assertive in the Second War, which is Turkey. And it was Turkey in the end of 2020 to propose this 3+3 security format to address security issues in the region. However, while there are some actors which could be somehow interested into applying this format, still this is unlikely to happen, especially because of Georgia being reluctant of having any kind of security framework with Russia, because this is somehow could legitimize its privileged historical position in the region. And we also have Iran. Iran has not taken a clear stance, and its behavior has been characterized by ambivalence. Nevertheless, some recent agreements on water and hydropower plants with Azerbaijan could make us think that Iran would be more interested in to play an increasing international role in the South Caucasus, especially when it comes to non-politicized issues as water. So in order to draw some preliminary results of this work in progress, so I beg you to be merciful on us, is that Armenia and Azerbaijan, as the latest practice notices, cannot be considered as water rational actors. This was marked by the increased politicization of environmental issues, which have played still a considerable role in this 44 days war. And Nagorno-Karabakh represents in the water conflicts literature a peculiar case because of its role as a non-international recognized actor whose control has been disputed by the two countries since the collapse of the Soviet Union. So this is somehow what our paper could contribute to the existing literature. And when it comes to the theory and understanding that a mediator is necessary, still we don't have a clear answer for that. Also because of the recent happenings are taking shape very frequently through the short term. Nevertheless, where we would like to introduce a first state, Russia is still an actor which plays the most relevant role and should be considered, and it's already trying to operate these security issues in the Nagorno-Karabakh territory, but with some complications. And at the moment, when it comes to institutional framework, no answers can be given, and some work which should be somehow taking place is gonna take place in the next months or in the next years. So these are some of the references that we used for this presentation, and we would like to thank you for your attention. We will be looking forward to your questions.
Thank you very much for excellent timekeeping, Leonardo and Marco. For the audience, please, if you have questions, please note down, and then you will be able to ask during the question and answer session, or you can type it right now, and we will note and then remind the speakers to answer to your questions. Now, right away to Anna's presentation. Anna, please, the floor is yours. And again, 15 minutes for the presentation.
Okay, everything is visible, yes? And do you hear me well? Yes? Okay. Thanks a lot for your presentation about water. I will have questions as well on this presentation. It was really very interesting, and it's true that nobody's dealing with this topic. My name is Anna Cieslewska. I represent here Institute for Slavic Studies in the Polish Academy of Science. I'm also the head of the project, the Nagorno-Karabakh War in Narratives, Azerbaijanis and Armenians in Georgia, Uncertain Peace and Conflict Mobility. Shortly about the project, the project has a few people who participate from Georgia as well as from Poland. I have also a researcher, Klaudia Kosicińska, who is conducting research in the field with me. We have component of media research conducted by Azerbaijani student Aytana Hayeva and Armenian journalist Rima Makhozian under supervision of Professor Katevan Khutishvili. So let's talk about project. Okay, we started project actually spontaneously during the war, because we both, with Claudia, we are living in Georgia. Claudia is living permanently. I'm living periodically, but it's happened that during the war I was living here. So we start researching, interviewing people, attending meetings, war meetings, peace meetings. So we gathered quite bulk of data to write project proposal, and after we got financing, we start our project. So it's a quotation from interview with one of the interlocutors. Until the 90s, none of us had heard of Karabakh, a resident of a border village, Azerbaijani.
Sorry, could you please make it full screen? It's hard to read. We don't see it full screen. And
full screen.
As F5. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. So introduction very shortly. So Armenians, there are 4.5% of population, and Azerbaijanis 6.53. I'm not going for details because it's no time for that. And Georgia is the only place in the South Caucasus where both groups live side by side. But due to the 3 decades of conflict, people, they work out different kinds of strategies here to live together. First of all, the kind of strategy in the places of mixed villages and the population is living side by side, or they're working side by side. And in the case of Lilo Market, for example, where Azerbaijanis and Armenians are working together. Strategic Komşuluk, it's a kind of system which means neighborness in Turkish, and describing relations between the group who live side by side and who obey certain taboo. So according to our research as well, people here, of course, they were conflict during the Karabakh War, some problems. However, now they do not talk about war, despite the fact that both sides, they have absolutely, of course, different opinion on the issue. However, they try to keep, a kind of peaceful relation. But as my Azerbaijani interlocutor said, that we are interacting with each other, but our relationship is not friendly. It's just we pretend, because too much blood was shed during the war. And at the beginning, of course, when we start researching, atmosphere was very tense. And our critical frameworks very quickly, the concept of deteriorization of conflict proposed by Sofia Vovit. It's a critical conceptualization of how armed conflict in the homeland affects relationships between diasporas. And the author suggests that the process of conflict deteriorization includes many narratives and symbols related to the homeland that can be disseminated through media by migrants and other actors, and subsequently reformulated in a different contexts and spaces. And we adopted somehow this concept. However, we are aware that Armenians and Azerbaijanis in Georgia, they are not diaspora. They are living here as a citizen of Georgia, and they are living here since generations. Armenian perspective, very quickly, that of course, first issue during the war and shortly afterwards, Ahalkalaki, especially some Mzhavanadze specific practices, they are collecting bulk of humanitarian aid and armed participation in the fighting in the front. So according to my information, more than 300 people left the country. However, I was told also that about 800 Armenians from Mzhavanadze were killed in the conflict. But some people, they were already living in Armenia. They had double citizenship, but sometimes they have only Armenian citizenship, despite the fact that they originally they came from Mzhavanadze region. But these estimations are not precise. I can elaborate more after. and situation which we have now at present, this unfinished war and uncertain peace. So the people are disappointed. People just, they did not expect such outcome, and they feel very uncertain because of this negotiation, because of Pashinyan, how Pashinyan now acts. So it's a lot of disappointment. People are tired because they made a lot of effort. They collected a lot of aid, collected money and sent to Armenia during the war and also after war, because still Halkalaki Armenians, somehow they help victims of the war. And there is a photography from the Jabach Fund. I took this photography just one day after agreement was signed. And a role of the church, Armenian church, part of aid was collected at the premises of churches in Halkalaki, in Notsminda, according to my knowledge, maybe in villages as well. But the pattern was that that aid was collected in the villages and after transport here to Halkalaki, to Jabach Fund and to the church. And people who participated in the war and whose families came from Halkalaki, from Javaheti, some said Javaheti. So I visited Armenia as well to interview them, because many of them, they have not returned to Georgia yet, because they fear that they can be deprived Georgian citizenship or they can be persecuted in a different way. But some of them, of course, they are living permanently in Armenia. So I visited with them memorial for Karabakh, and we follow people who were from Halkalaki who were killed during the war. So it's one of this person. And after I visited families, I visited various people whose husbands and sons and fathers were killed. So it's also it's a person whose family is living in Armenia, and also this family was helped by Jabach Fund and by Javaheti Armenians. So I would like to show how it's interrelated, and also that people are really very integrated, Armenian people, to help each other, but especially Javaheti Armenians. Okay, they know that they are helping Javaheti Armenians who are in Armenia. And they are in need. Azerbaijani perspective, it's different. Of course, Azerbaijan won, so Azerbaijanis are less willing to talk about war as well, but about relations, because many Azerbaijanis who I interviewed, they are telling, okay, we have no problems, there are peaceful relations now, everything is okay. So as I explained them, no, it's not okay, no, because one side lost. So how you can say that it's okay? They usually answer, okay, it's not maybe ideal, but we think that it's getting better. But after I ask, do you talk with Azerbaijanis about war? Usually answer is no. This is, I mean, average. Of course, some people, they have very extreme opinions, but some people, they have opinions that Karabakh should be a kind of neutral zone between countries, and it should be peace. So that is why, I'm in the middle of research, so I do not have, let's say, clear findings. I'm presenting a part of research. But first part of the war, of course, a lot of meetings, a lot of joy that we are winning, and it was expressed very directly, especially in Tbilisi, in Marnauli, but also in Gardabani, in the villages. We have a back material, videos, like photographies from villages as well. And this situation, present situation, also, despite declarations, people feel that it's unfinished business. I conduct also interviews in a Lilo market, where situation is really good because people have to work together. But also they do not talk about war. And as some of my interlocutors said, we are pretending. They are pretending that nothing happened. They're pretending that we have good relations, but but a lot of anger is inside of us, that each side lost anyway. Despite the fact that Azerbaijan won, we also lost. We also lost our people. That is why it's a very difficult, just so short period after war to make those relations so good as it used to be. For example, until the end of 80s. First anniversary of war was really lavishly celebrated in Tbilisi by Azerbaijanis. I just have a few pictures from different kinds of events to show you, just to give you a flavor that it was lavishly celebrated by Azerbaijanis here, but it was, of course, not lavishly celebrated by Armenians. Armenians were still, had a lot of anger, and they were very sad because they lost. So we have this kind of flash mob in Tbilisi, different kind of pictures disseminated through social media. It's kind of declarations, about Shusha and winning in Shusha, and martyrs and people who were killed on both sides. Not only Armenian side, and martyrs from here, from Georgia, whose pictures are displayed, for example, here on the building of the mosque in one of the villages in the Tbilisi region, and things disseminated at Azerbaijani schools. Still, this different kind of tragic events, bloody events, which happened during the first Karabakh war, still are really very well remembered in both communities. So thanks a lot. I think I finished. I don't know if it was 15 minutes or maybe more. I have to stop sharing presentation. Also, I'm willing to answer for your questions.
Thank you very much again for excellent timekeeping and excellent presentation. For the audience, please again note questions, and then we will have opportunity to have question and answer session in 15 minutes. Are there questions from the audience? Please raise your hand or type it here so that I can read it out. So far, I don't see hands. Matzo, is there anything from YouTube and Facebook watchers?
Not yet, but it's a little bit delayed on YouTube and Facebook, so I'll let you know.
Sure. Okay, then let me use this opportunity as a moderator to start a question session, and then then hopefully others will join in that. First question to Zulfia, if I may. As you know, it's extremely hard to do surveys in Azerbaijan, and we are all survey hungry, if I may say so, about public opinion in Azerbaijan. So I'm sure a lot of people heard very interesting and useful data from your presentation. And as you said, you showed us something that was more counterintuitive or surprising. I have a question about it. I know that it's very hard to answer, but we see that people have, or at least show, some kind of appreciation of strong hand or authoritarian rule. At least there was little to see that they challenge the regime or dislike violations that are there, right? What do you think? Is it because of because of fear or because of seeing some positive, if I may say, positive impact of such a rule on their lives, be it economic or gaining back territories or you name it.
Okay, so let me rephrase your question to make sure that I understood it correctly.
Sure.
So you are asking like why people kind of support, let's say, Aliyev regime, although it is authoritarian, and you kind of you want to get answers like what are people's kind of benefits from having authoritarian regime? Is that right?
Well, yeah, more or less. But I was thinking that whether it's coming from people's authoritarian inclinations, then the regime takes benefit of that and delivers what is demanded, or people see the benefit of authoritarian rule and then they want or not say that they like it.
Yes, yeah, that's a great question. So first of all, it's very difficult to talk about public opinion if you don't have data on the public opinion on the particular issue at hand. So as we see in this survey, that we had a lot of surprising results. So it might look from outside, from other countries, that people kind of support, or majority of population supports Aliyev regime. I think that there is a strong discontent and dislike, resentment among the population, but it is hard to say what percentage of the population. This is one thing. So the resentment and dislike is definitely there because you have widespread poverty in the country. There's the second aspect. So this resentment and kind of anger, to some extent, was widespread before the Nagorno-Karabakh war. After the war, Aliyev kind of gained a lot of, I would say, natural legitimacy despite being authoritarian, meaning that a lot of people would support him because he, in the views of many Azerbaijanis, he solved the conflict. He liberated Azerbaijani territories. That's the kind of way of thinking of a lot of people. So yeah, I would definitely say that I don't see Azerbaijanis kind of inclined having authoritarian regime, being happy with that. I know that there is a lot of data out there, public surveys, and also research articles on Russia, how kind of people inclined to have centralized power. But there is no such a data in Azerbaijan, and I think that it's. I also don't think that if we would conduct a countrywide survey, we could find a data that people are happy with an authoritarian government. I hope that answered at least partially your question.
Sure, of course. It's a hard question, I know. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, of course. I appreciate your answer. I think Anna said that she had a question. Diana, please go ahead with your question.
I have a question about these water wars, because maybe I misunderstood, but I understood that there is no common agreement among countries on the water issue, on the water management. But what about the local bilateral agreements? Is the first question. And I know that this maybe it's not within your research, but maybe you have some information from, for example, reports of international donors. Is there any initiative, local, I mean, grassroots initiative on water management in a Karabakh?
Okay, I can answer to your question. Thank you so much for your question. So first of all, what we were trying to point out with the practice is that there are actually some agreements on that that were stipulated, but these were mostly during Soviet times. And I was referring, I didn't mention explicitly, but I pointed it on the slides. It's the 1962 agreements on the Arpa River water management, but still these agreements are totally don't really reflect the shift in geopolitics of the region. And moreover, what it misses out here is that also in the post-war order, many times Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians were subjected to water shortages and electricity shortages, and many times, like operators or people who should have come to repair and fix pipelines, electricity lines, were not allowed to enter the region because, of course, the ceasefire agreement of 9 November doesn't regulate anything on the status of the Karabakh. So the Russian peacekeeper had to do that on their own. And this is something that points out the lack of any kind of governance when it comes to not only water but also to energy issues, because here we're also talking about the delivery of natural gas to Stepanakert and the surrounding villages. Moreover, I would like to add one thing: is there is an important project which has been discussed, and the president of the de facto republic, Artunian, was discussing, is this water pipeline that should connect Stepanakert with the surrounding villages, but this has a cost of 30 million euro. And what's the point here is that, moreover, like Nagorno-Karabakh authorities pointed that from the pre-war order to the post-war order, Karabakh was a region that somehow was reaching water resources, and not only to an extent to be like self-sufficient in terms of hydropower generation, but also in terms of exporting it to Armenia. Now, most of the electricity lines that we're using for these exports are in the Kelbajar region. So they're not even under Armenian control. And the only lines left under, let's say, under possibility of Armenian control are on the Lachin corridor, and of course we understand the complex geography and the impact that it has on shortages. So this is why this issue of the governance of water and let's say hydropower electricity is something that raises concerns in the medium and long term in the region.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. There's one, I suppose, easy question. I guess that's to Zulfia, whether the respondents were residents of Azerbaijan or ethnic Azerbaijanis living in other countries.
Please say it again.
The question is whether your respondents were residents of Azerbaijan or ethnic Azerbaijanis from other countries too.
Oh no, respondents were Azerbaijanis in Azerbaijan.
There's a question from Hans about, let me read it out. I really enjoyed the presentation on water issues in Nagorno-Karabakh. I'm wondering how much local level discussion on these issues you could identify, how big, so to speak, is the epistemic community on that. question to Marco and Leonardo.
Okay, I will try to understand to this question. And thank you so much for the appreciation words on the presentation. And I think that also another issue is that this dialogue is still something not really, I would say, transparent, and is still not something on which both the, let's say, civic societies in both parts of the conflict have been somehow involved. And I think that is also somehow, this is just a personal opinion and I don't have any evidence on that. This is also something which depends on the framework provided by Russia and the Russian peacekeepers. This is something which has not been ruled somehow, and things are being fixed day by day as time comes by. And this is why this paper takes its sense, in my opinion, because this is not a sustainable model. In the short term, this is not something that it's gonna be lasting for a long time, and this will be repercuted in 5 years, like in already 3 years, when the two parties will have to confirm or not the stay of the peacekeepers. So I think that this dialogue, in a sense, this discussion level is at least on epistemic level is not still being involved like a consistent and large community to make us giving like more precise feedbacks on that. And this is why we think that our paper could give an important contribution to the issue. Thanks.
Thank you. Any more questions? I'm surprised how precise we are time-wise. If there's one more question, we can, have 2 or 3 minutes.
May I have a question? May I have a question?
Of course.
For Anna. I mean, thank you so much for your presentation, and I was really interested because, like, let's say that I'm dealing with narratives on my PhD topic research, so I'm really curious to know from you when assessing the Armenian and Azerbaijani communities in Georgia and talking about specific narratives. But what do you think? Is there really there was really during the 44 days war really an intention from Armenian and Azerbaijani governments to engage the communities in Georgia? And since you mentioned, and of course you said it very correctly, that we shouldn't understand these communities as diasporas, but according to you, what's the different impact that these narratives have had on communities, largely staying communities, and for example on diaspora? For example, we know about all the fights and the mass demonstration that took to some incidents, for example in the US, in Russia, but what's the difference in terms of reception of these narratives between diaspora and local communities in Georgia? Thank you.
Thanks a lot for this question. It's a really very wide question and needs very precise answers. And in terms of how governments of those countries impacted public opinion here, I mean Azerbaijani and Armenian public opinion, it's a really important question. First of all, mass media and social media, and was a bulk of propaganda. And this propaganda is disseminated, in my opinion, even now. It's, for example, through Azerbaijani center in Marnouli. I interview people in this Azerbaijani center during the war and also now, and they have really, let's say, a mainstream Aliyev discourse, and they express opinion which is usually promoted by Azerbaijani government. And so there is I think there is an impact because of language, because of mass media, not to mention that the bulk part of Azerbaijani and Armenian community in Georgia don't speak the state language, don't speak Georgian language. So they use sources, information from Azerbaijan, from Armenia, also from Russia. In our opinion, because also we have this media component, there is a fake news war, and this fake news war took place during the recent war, but it also is always taking place. So the fake news are disseminated all the time, and people absorb them from different points, different kind of fake news, different kind of theories, which are very willing, people are very willing to listen to them. As far as Armenia is concerned, I think that propaganda is mainly through mass media and is, let's say, less exercised directly than Azerbaijani propaganda. However, it has also big impact because many people travel to Armenia. I mean, from Zubashvili region. The different situation is in Tbilisi, different situation is Nagorno-Karabakh in terms of Armenians. This is also difference between regions. And what is the difference? Because people here are settled, so they have to also deal with Georgian government. They don't consider themselves diaspora like most of Azerbaijani people or even Armenians. They are talking about, okay, somehow Armenian people, we are between Armenia and Georgia in Karabakh or some Zubashvili, but we are citizens of Georgia and this is our land. So, and also because we are citizens of Georgia, we should have a correct relationship with Azerbaijanis, and Azerbaijanis, they say the same. However, still relationship is not that correct as it is displayed sometimes publicly. And they organize meetings, both sides, but for example, meetings which I observed in Marnauli during the war and also here in Aliyev Park in Tbilisi, they were supported absolutely by Azerbaijan, and it was visible from the form of designing meeting. I did not observe war meetings in Karabakh in Zubashvili during the war, so I can't tell you about it. But I have impression that it was more grassroots initiative. No, however, it's this kind of political interplays is there are very often unclear. So thanks a lot. I hope that I answered for your question.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. So just wanted to thank you all presenters and the audience for very useful presentations and discussion. It's very interesting. Hopefully we will continue in this spirit about presentations, and engagement will be as good as it was during this session. So we break until 2 o'clock and we come back with the second panel. Thank you and see you soon.
Thanks a lot.
So hello everyone, good day. Welcome to the second panel called Society and Space in Georgia. I'm Tamar Boshdaria and I will be moderating this panel. We have 3 presentations in this panel. Each will last for 15 minutes, and then we will have also additional 15 minutes to collect the question and answer those questions. So the presenters are CRC staff members or were CRC staff members in the recent past, so we're excited about this panel. The first presenter will be Nino Zubashvili, and she will talk about shrinking pedestrian spaces. Then the second presentation will be by Giorgi Babunashvili and Anano Kipiani, and they will talk about the liberal attitudes and religion, the moderating effects of a common past. And the last session will be about the COVID-19 vaccination process in Georgia. Gagunashvili and Mzhavanadze will talk about what factors play a role in the decision to get vaccinated. I think we can get started. Nino, are you ready? The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me well. Hello, I'm Nino Zubashvili from CRRC-Georgia. Let me share my screen and start. Hope you can see the presentation. So, as Tamuna already mentioned, today I'll be talking about issue of shrinking pedestrian spaces in Tbilisi and how it affects on experiences of walking. And this was primarily a policy research. So the data was collected primarily for the purpose of designing the pedestrian policies to contribute to the to designing of pedestrian policies. Sorry. So why this issue is important especially important for policymaking in Tbilisi today is that from the observations we can see that although there are certain developments and improvements in pedestrian spaces in Tbilisi, those spaces are further shrinking by different transport, cars, scooters, private businesses, etc. And since the importance of pedestrian spaces and pedestrian movements is well acknowledged today in both city planning and urban planning policies, as well as in academic literature, because it is considered to be contributing to quality of life, both emotional and health, physical health, and also it enhances the safety in the street, in city. It's considered very important to have well-managed and well-planned pedestrian spaces. And apart from that, also in the academic literature, we can consider pedestrian spaces as a part of public space, which has gone through important and fundamental transformations after the collapse of the Soviet Union. And a lot of urban sociologists and urban geographers, urban planners talk about the loss of publicness in general in post-Soviet space, and also in Tbilisi, in Georgia, which is a result of different complicated and interrelated processes, political, economic, social, etc., and increased privatization, which, as one of the authors suggests, resulted in chaotic planning and so-called do-it-yourself practices. And we can also see from this study that a lot of issues that pedestrians face in Tbilisi is also the result of these processes and such practices. More specifically about Tbilisi and Tbilisi pedestrian policies, first of all, it should be mentioned that although we see a lot of improvements and a lot of developments today in Georgia, and also city mayor also stated that city policies that are being implemented today are oriented on pedestrians and eco-friendly transport, we can see that Tbilisi urban infrastructure, and especially pedestrian infrastructure, still suffers from poor designing, planning, and is further shrinking. And the broader political context is also that other than besides the importance itself of the pedestrian spaces for today, Georgia has also taken certain responsibilities towards international community, towards its goal to integrate into Western and European structures, and we have, as a country, obligations taken within the frames of different UN declarations and conventions, EU-Georgia Association Agreement, Sustainable Development Goals, and during this process, the national legislation is also being harmonized but we can see that there are a lot of flaws in regulations and law, as well as city planning in this regard. So on this background, the study aimed to observe how the city pedestrian policies are planned and implemented in Tbilisi. And as I already mentioned, since at the moment a lot of policies are being implemented and further policies are being planned, etc., etc. But we can see from the observations that not only the already planned and implemented policies are flawed, but generally the urban policies lack the complex approach. So I think it's very important at this moment to contribute to better urban planning with more data. And since this study is oriented and focused specifically on pedestrians, it aimed to find out what are the experiences of pedestrians in Tbilisi, how do they perceive the pedestrian spaces, how pedestrian spaces and pedestrian infrastructure affect their emotional well-being, what is today also well established in the urban literature as urban happiness, and also how pedestrian infrastructure affect their decisions on mobility means, and how citizens, to what extent citizens are informed about the pedestrian rights and responsibilities, as well as about the response mechanisms in case of violation of pedestrian rights. So this study utilized the mixed methods approach. So qualitative methods included field observations, focus groups with Tbilisians, as well as key informant interviews, while the quantitative method included the survey. So survey data was also collected, and as also clear from the study aims, the major focus of the data collection was on obstacles that pedestrians face, mainly the sidewalk infrastructure, perception of connectedness of pedestrian infrastructure, what barriers do they encounter, how it impacts emotional well-being and sense of safety, decision of mobility means, and awareness. So more specifically, the qualitative data collection included 8 focus groups with people living in Tbilisi, and this included both the pedestrians and public transport users, including the wheelchair and stroller users. This included also the private car owners, the drivers, as well as drivers and users of scooter, mopeds, and bicycles. And the interviews, the focus group interviews focus group discussions were conducted with people living in Tbilisi, adults living in different districts of Tbilisi, and representatives of people living in each district or different streets and neighborhoods of Tbilisi were included in focus group discussions, while the key informants were the urban planners and transport policy professionals, and the data collection took place in March and April. And as for the quantitative data collection, several questions were asked in survey that was representative for Tbilisi, and it included over 400 respondents, adults. The data collection took place in April, May. It was a telephone interviews, As for the analysis of the obtained data, the survey allows to analyze the experiences, pedestrian experiences, across different demographic groups, as well as across different districts of residence in Tbilisi, and by the primary mobility means. So whether or not the perceptions of pedestrian infrastructure change across those who uses private transport or public transport, or mainly walks in the city. So I will try to very briefly and kind of superficially review the findings and focus more on the conclusions and what does this finding tell us in terms of policy making and urban policies. So to start with the obstacles to pedestrian mobility, the study found both observations and focus groups interviews and key informant focus group discussions and interviews, that a lot of spaces in Tbilisi, a lot of areas in Tbilisi lack the sidewalks at all. There's the absence of sidewalks, or whenever there are sidewalks, they're usually discontinued. They're in a very poor condition. The holes, they're ripped tiles. Tiles are unfixed. The sidewalks are also rarely adapted to persons with who use wheelchair or strollers, etc., etc. There's also, apart from the sidewalk infrastructure itself, the experience of walking is made uncomfortable by installations on facets of the buildings above the sidewalks, such as air conditioning systems that blow the hot air, which is especially uncomfortable in summer, and also it produces water that has no barrier and just goes down on the sidewalk and on the people who walk there. Discontinued rain gutters, etc., etc. Participants also talk about the dirty streets and dirty sidewalks, which is caused both due to lack of the garbage bins installed in the city because of the citizens' behavior, lack of adequate cleaning services in the city, etc., etc. And what we can say is about the sidewalk infrastructure is that these are reported as important issues in all from participants by participants from all districts, whether central or peripheral. As for the perception of connectedness, here we have both qualitative and quantitative data. And as we can see from this chart here, the majority of Tbilisi residents believe that most of the streets or almost no streets are provided with comfortable pedestrian crossings. Focus group participants also talk about the absence of poor condition of pedestrian crossings, feeling of insecurity due to dark underground crossings, etc., etc. And it should also be mentioned that although these are less the issue on newly renovated streets, it still remains an issue in both central and peripheral districts. We can, from the quantitative data analysis, we also found that although there are no differences across different demographic groups, and also the mobility means, the use of different mobility means and residents of different districts in Tbilisi does not have a significant impact on perception of connectedness, although this changes across the wealth and party affiliation, And here on this chart, we can see that there's, from the statistical standpoint, there is quite an overlaps, but we can still talk about certain differences between, for example, those who have who are poorer and who are wealthier. And we can see that wealthier people are more likely to perceive the poor connectedness in the city, to think that streets and pedestrian spaces are poorly connected in the city. While opposition supporters also believe that cities, pedestrian spaces are poorly connected in the city. Connectedness is also linked to intensively to drivers' behavior, because wherever there are pedestrian crossings provided, people in focus groups talk about how drivers never give way to pedestrians, and this is linked to both drivers' awareness and information on pedestrians' rights, as well as law enforcement institutions, etc., etc. And here, from the quantitative survey data, we can also see that a lot of people still think that drivers do not give way to pedestrians, and this changes only across age groups. All the other factors we found not to be significantly associated with perception of drivers' behavior. And here we can see that younger people are more likely to observe that drivers rarely or almost never give way to pedestrians. Apart from poor infrastructure, pedestrians face a lot of barriers when walking in pedestrian spaces in Tbilisi, which is mostly the parks, cars parked on the sidewalks, scooters and mopeds driving on the sidewalks, filling station discontinuing the sidewalks, private businesses occupying the pedestrian spaces, etc., etc. And the survey data also shows that majority of Tbilisi residents find a lot of barriers in the city, despite the districts they live in, despite whether they use private transport or public transport, or they walk. And this also, a perception of barriers on sidewalk also changes across the economic groups. And here as well, poor people, poor residents of Tbilisi are less likely to perceive the barriers in Tbilisi streets. To move to the impact on quality of life, I will try to...
Sorry to interrupt you. Behind time, could you like...
Yeah, I will wrap up quickly. Sorry for that. So we could also find from the study that pedestrian spaces have a huge impact on quality of life, because it affects the sense of safety, first of all. And I will not go through all of this in detail since I'm running out of time. We could also find that pedestrian spaces also impact the decision on mobility means and whether people prefer to walk instead of using transport, depending on how good is the infrastructure in their destinations. And we can also see from the study that pedestrians are poorly aware of their rights as well as their responsibilities as pedestrians, and they are rarely aware of the complaints mechanisms and what can they do in case of the violation of their rights. So to jump to conclusions, I think the major contribution of this study, apart from showing the infrastructural issues in the city, is that policy making, the pedestrian policies require very complex approach, because we can see that the issues that pedestrians face today in Tbilisi and the challenges that pedestrian spaces face today in Tbilisi are not only due to the poor infrastructure, but because of the absence or insufficiency of regulations, because the existing regulations are not effectively implemented, because even the newly renovated infrastructure is not sustainable due to poor quality materials used, because of the low culture of community maintenance, and also the extensive awareness raising campaigns are required, because pedestrians as well as drivers and citizens generally are not aware of the pedestrian rights and responsibilities. So I will finish here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Nino, so much for the very interesting presentation. Now let's move on to the second presentation. Giorgi, Babunashvili, and Anano will present their paper, Liberal Attitude in Religion, the Moderating Effects of the Communist Past. Please, Anano.
Let me share screen first. So thank you for your attendance on our presentation. Hope that slides are visible for all of you. Me and my colleague Giorgi Babunashvili will present our paper about liberal attitudes and religion, the moderating effects of a communist past. Our analysis is based on ISSP religion 4th module data. Paper is published in International Journal of Sociology. So first of all, what we are going to talk about today. First, I'll talk about some background and theoretical framework. Then I'll be introduce our 3 hypotheses. First is about effect of religion and tolerance towards sexual minorities. Effect of communist past on tolerance. This is the second one. And the third one is interaction of religiosity and communist past. After that, Giorgi will talk about data and methods, our findings and conclusion. So the first topic is the effect of religion on tolerance. In modern societies, the coexistence of religious and liberal ideas is a challenge. At the same time, religion often supports conservative moral values regulating private life, such as negative attitudes toward individual freedoms, divorce, abortion, sexual relations between the same sex, etc. As in this research, we focus on predominantly Christian countries. We should note that Christianity formed its negative attitudes toward homosexual relations in the 6th century. In addition, in many societies, church attendance is negatively correlated with acceptance of homosexuality. However, the size of the impact of religiosity is not uniform and depends not only on religious denomination, but also on the overall level of religiosity in a country. In societies where the level of religiosity is generally high, an individual's level of religiosity has a greater effect on moral conservatism. Also, in highly religious communities, religious networks are more active and exercise stronger social control over the behavior of members, as well as over their moral attitudes. Therefore, Based on the theoretical considerations and formal research, we defined first hypothesis, which is the level of religiosity negatively affects the level of tolerance towards sexual minorities. Then another factor which affects tolerance towards sexual minorities is the historical past of a country, namely whether this country has communist past or not. The communist past has long-standing effects over societal attitudes, and the citizens of former communist countries support democracy to a lesser extent. In addition, the communist camp had developed its own version of conservatism. It rejected Western individualistic values, and they prioritized status quo. They aimed to preserve the political system from the external threats of political modernization. At the same time, communist societies were less tolerant than Western societies toward non-mainstream groups. However, this intolerance can be explained both by the perception of group threats from the unknown, as well as opposition to Western values. As you know, in the Soviet Union, being gay was a crime and was persecuted, while being a lesbian was considered as a psychological disorder that had to be treated medically. As a result, tolerance toward minority groups in one of the values which post-communist societies are lacking. Namely, Schneider in 1999 showed that Eastern Europeans demonstrated an overall lower level of tolerance towards sexual minorities compared to Western Europeans. Therefore, based on the theoretical considerations, we define the second hypothesis, which is that communist historical experience negatively affects the level of tolerance towards sexual minorities. As we already discussed the effects of religiosity and communist past separately, now the third topic is the interaction of religiosity and communist past. Namely, we will look at the role that church played in communist regime and how this affected their post-communist performance. In post-Soviet Russia, the official church has promoted under democratic values and is considered a significant barrier to the formation of civil society. As a result, despite the existence of some informal liberal groups within the church, the Russian Orthodox Church has become one of the main centers of the spread of illiberal conservative sentiments. At the same time, communist leaders aimed not at the direct abolition of the church, but rather to neutralize its political and social influence and use it as one of social controlling tools. Because of these policies, the church had to be very cautious in its statements and had to avoid expressing opposition to the state. As a result, diminishing the role of the church under communist regime had left the trace over the impact of church over shaping moral values in post-communist period. So based on the theoretical framework, we define the third hypothesis, which is communist historical experience weakens the effect of religiosity over tolerance. As I've already overviewed some background and theoretical part of our research, now I'll give a word to my colleague Giorgi to continue with data and methods and some findings and conclusions.
Thank you, Anano. Thanks for explaining the frameworks, the theoretical frameworks that we based the research on. I will now continue with the data we used for answering our research questions. And the data is international survey conducted by under the supervision of international social survey program, the module on religion, which was conducted in 33 countries between 2017 and 2020, because some countries conducted earlier, some later. Actually, we have omitted the countries. We haven't used all 33, but I will talk about it a bit later, how and why. So we did a multi-level logistic regression to answer these three hypotheses. And as you might remember, the first hypothesis was talking about that religion affects moral liberalism, like tolerance towards homosexuals in a negative way. So our outcome variable is tolerance towards homosexuals. It's like a 4-point variable. How acceptable is the sex between two adults from the same sex? And the predictor variable here is religiosity. The next variable is based on hypothesis 2. It's whether country had communist past or not. Here we just categorize the countries based on their communist past, which is like known to everyone whether country had this historical experience or not. Also we used control variables like sex, age, and individuals' religion. Also, one more important point is that as Anano was talking about theoretical framework, she mentioned that it's not only individuals' level of religiosity that affects moral liberalism, but it's also overall societal level of religiosity. And societal level of religiosity is nested within the country. So we had two-level variables. So we have individual level of religiosity and country level of religiosity. Country level of religiosity is an average level of individuals from this country based on the survey. Before I continue with the model, I would like to show you an interesting slide, which is not like directly answering the hypothesis, but I think it might be interesting for you. So we have all 33 countries within this survey, and this is the responses to questions like are sexual relations between two adults of the same sex like always wrong, almost always wrong, sometimes or not wrong at all. And you can see that Georgia has the biggest red bar, which means that Georgia is less tolerant, like among all 33 countries. We are even like ahead of Turkey, which is like a Muslim country and presumably like pretty conservative. So that's just a word about how this topic is interesting to us. Okay, so now let's go to the model. A few words about how we calculated the outcome variable level of religiosity. Well, you know, like for different cultures or different religious engagement and level of religious affiliation might be measured in different ways, because for different cultures, some cultures, some religious cultures are more participatory, some are like more dogmatic, etc. So we had 5 variables in the data set. First was self-described religiosity, like how a religious person describes himself or herself. The second variable was attendance, how often does a person take part in various religious events. Then praying, how often the person prays. Activity, how often does person take part in the activities organized by church rather than like religious services. And visits, visiting frequency of visiting to holy places. So we are not religious experts and religion experts, and we didn't try to define which is best. So we made all 5, like got all 5 variables and made a factor analysis, principal component analysis, and generated one unified variable for level of religiosity based on this. It's a continuous variable, and like higher score represent higher religious affiliation. Also, a few words. I already mentioned that we omitted countries. As I said, one of the predictor variable for us is communist past. And we want to compare countries with communist past to countries without communist past, right? And one important thing is that some countries, for example, Protestant countries or Muslim countries in the data set, they didn't have communist past. So it would not be possible for us to differentiate whether this kind of like impact that we could identify comes from the fact that the country had communist past or from the fact that it was, for example, Muslim or whatever. So we wanted to have both communist and non-communist under each religion group. So that's why we grouped these countries. And you see, like, this is countries from this survey. Of course, it's not like a full list. So we have 6 countries, 6 Catholic countries with no communist past, and 6 countries with communist past, and the same like for mixed Christianity. By the way, we split Germany into 2 regions here. You can see, like, former East and former West. And so this is our model, and I will not take your time. I can answer more details, like in the Q&A section. But so all 3 hypotheses were supported. So we see that religiosity, we have like a negative coefficient, like religiosity. The more religious person is less tolerant is the person towards sexual minorities. The same goes with communist past, where the country has communist past, they are more morally conservative. And the interesting thing is interaction term between communist past and religiosity. This answers to a hypothesis, third hypothesis that in countries with past communist experience, the impact of religiosity over moral conservatism is weaker. And here you see the predicted probabilities, where you can see, like, red line is communist past and blue line is no communist past, and blue line is sharper, like more religious person are like more conservative, while in countries with post-communist past, like, religion has not such big effect, although it's still important, significant statistically. So the conclusion is that all our 3 hypotheses were supported by the data. Individuals with high degrees of religiosity are more likely to be less tolerant. Historical experience is very important. Countries with communist experience are more conservative, and very important, religiosity matters differently in different environments. In post-communist countries, society is more conservative overall. Even non-religious individuals are more conservative than their counterparts in countries without communist experience, and therefore the religion itself has not such strong effect. So of course, this is this survey has limitations. For example, we had to delete the Orthodox countries. Even Georgia, which was very interesting for us, just because we didn't have Orthodox countries without communist experience. So this is one limitation, and also it needs further details about whether the church is the primary source encouraging conservative attitudes in post-communist societies, or whether church mainly responds to already conservative society. It's a big question. So, of course, further research on this topic is highly welcome. And for those who are interested, you can download this cross-national countries with all 33 countries data set from the given links that we'll upload. And the paper that was published by my colleague Anano, Kipiani, and me can also be accessed from the given link. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you, Giorgi. I wanted to interrupt, but he was so enthusiastic about the findings that I just couldn't. Now we have one more presentation left. Eto and Nino, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tamuna. Now I'll share my screen. Hope you can see the screen. So, thank you once again, Tamuna. Today we are going to talk about factors that play a role in decision to become vaccinated. So I'm Eto. Today I'm here with my colleague Nino, and we worked together on this research. Actually, we are presenting our policy paper topic, which is still in progress. And of course, your feedback would be really important for us. I'm just briefly going to go a bit of background on the research, on the inspiration for the research questions which we had. From there going to data and methods, and afterwards we will get into the findings, and then we will just briefly sum up our conclusions. So I'll shortly review vaccination rollout and talk about the changes in attitudes. Georgia's vaccination rollout began on March 15, 2021, and the goal of the vaccination plan was to vaccinate 60% of the population over the ages of 18 by the end of the year. The data at this period suggested that half of the public wanted to get vaccinated, while the half were against it or uncertain. Notably, the beginning of the Georgia's vaccination rollout was marked by tragedy. Shortly after the rollout began, Georgian nurse Mevgi Bakradze died following an allergic reaction to coronavirus vaccine. After this fact, there were fears that vaccine hesitancy would grow. And indeed, the World Bank survey conducted by CRRC-Georgia after Bakradze's death suggested that those willing to become vaccinated halved, with only 24% expressing willingness to get vaccinated, as you can see this on the chart. While the national immunization plan sought to vaccinate 60% of adults by the end of 2021, by June of 2022, only 41% of Georgia's population is fully or partially vaccinated. Clearly, the goal of the national immunization plan has not been achieved. Therefore, it was interesting for us to analyze existing data around this topic to understand what factors influence the decision to become vaccinated. For this analysis, we used various data, for example, Caucasus Barometer 2020, different waves from NDI surveys from 2019 to 2021, and the Omnibus survey 2022. So let's move to the research questions. Our research questions are who wants or who does not want to get vaccinated? What barriers do people face to get a COVID-19 vaccine? And to analyze these questions, we use logistic and multinomial logistic regression analysis. So we have our estimation from regression. And our third question is what factor encourage people to get vaccinated? To analyze this question, we carried out a survey experiment. So we have an estimation from regression and estimation from interaction terms. So to address the first question, who wants or does not want to get vaccinated, we analyzed who were less likely to get inoculated. So analysis suggests that demographic characteristics such as age, education, and settlement type are related to people's opinion about getting vaccinated. Middle-aged people are 6 percentage points less likely to express a willingness to vaccinate, in contrast to people over the age of 55. Also, people with secondary or lower education are 24 percentage points less likely to become vaccinated when compared to people with tertiary education. And people living in rural areas are 17 percentage points less likely to get vaccinated than people living in the capital. For exploring this second research question, we identified two factors that could have an impact on the decision to get vaccinated against COVID-19. More specifically, we assess the role of being informed about the vaccination process and trust towards healthcare institutions and vaccine in making decisions about vaccination. So now we'll talk about the first factor, which I've mentioned. This is being informed about the vaccination process. And firstly, we should mention that the main source of information about COVID-19, according to NDI CRRC survey from 2021, are television channels, and then comes Facebook. Notably, a large share of Georgians report having insufficient information about vaccination process. In July 2021, 42% of Georgians said that they do not have enough information about the vaccination process. Even though the share decreased significantly by the end of 2021, every third person still reported that they did not have enough information about the vaccination process. It's noteworthy that characteristics like vaccination willingness and partisanship are associated with the public's perception of being sufficiently informed. Analysis also suggests that people who report that they would not get COVID-19 vaccine are 22 percentage points less likely to feel that they have enough information compared to people who would get the vaccine. Meanwhile, the question arises, who then are the people less informed about the vaccination process? People with secondary or lower education, opposition supporters, and those who are politically unaligned are less likely to report that they have sufficient information about the process. So unsurprisingly, people who report that they would not get vaccinated are less likely to be informed about the vaccination process compared to people who have already received a dose or plan to do so. Being uninformed about the vaccine also include lack of information about how to register, how to receive a vaccine, specifically how to register on a vaccination platform. The data show that more than half of Georgia's population, 56%, do not know how to register on the online platform for COVID-19. Analysis suggests that vaccination willingness still matters and is related to being informed about vaccination registration. People who report that they would not get inoculated are less likely to know how to register on the online platform compared to people who would like to get the vaccine or who report that they have already been vaccinated. According to analysis, demographic like age, education, and type of settlement are also associated with the knowledge of how to register on vaccination. People with secondary or lower education, people older than 54, and those who live in rural areas are less likely to know how to register on the online platform for COVID-19 vaccination. Other than being informed about the process, another significant factor that might play a role in decision-making process is trust towards healthcare actors or institutions and in vaccine per se. As you can see on the chart, the majority of Georgians trust Georgia's medical actors. Trust in vaccine might have an impact on the vaccination process as well, as we mentioned. And even though people demonstrate high level of trust towards medical actors, generally, the trust towards vaccine is low. As the data from NDI survey from July 2021 suggests, almost half of those who report that they would not get vaccine or are not sure whether they get vaccine or refuse to answer to the question about vaccination willingness report that they don't trust the quality of the vaccine. So which groups are more likely to distrust the quality of the vaccine? Young people and middle-aged people, also without tertiary education. People without tertiary education are more likely to state the quality issue with the vaccine as their reason for not receiving a dose. So once again, partisanship has an impact, as supporters of ruling party are less likely to name distrust towards the vaccine when compared to opposition supporters or those politically unaligned. So with this, I'm going to hand over the floor to my colleague Nino to talk about the survey experiment. Nino, please.
Thank you, Eto. Now I will cover details about trust towards religious institutions, and we will see why this topic is important while we are discussing about vaccination. And then I will move to the survey experiment, and we will discuss the results that we've got. Speaking about trust towards religious institutions, it should be pointed out that in general, religious institutions have high levels of trust in Georgia. As you see on the slide, the majority of the population, 83%, trust religious institutions. And what's more interesting is that notable share of people, 47%, almost half of the population, report that they trust information about the COVID-19 vaccine received from their religious leaders or church. Next slide, please. Further exhibiting the amount of trust placed in religion by Georgians is that almost every other person in the country reports that faith protects believers of their religion from getting infected with the coronavirus, and 52% think so. As you see on the slide, middle-aged people who are between 35 54 years old and people who attend religious services at least once a week are more likely to share the opinion that faith protects them from getting the virus. Considering the above analysis, it's expected that the attitude of Georgia's patriarchy towards vaccination would likely determine the attitude of society's part towards becoming vaccinated. In order to test this assumption, CRRC-Georgia carried out a survey experiment in October 2021 to better understand the circumstances in which people would be more likely to get a vaccine against COVID-19. The experiment questions were asked to those who reported that they are not vaccinated, and the share of people who were not vaccinated by that time, it was 65%. In terms of survey experiment, we had 3 groups, 1 control and 2 treatment groups, and we used 4-point scale answer options for each questions. The control group of the respondents were asked people how likely or unlikely they were to get a vaccine against COVID-19. And as you see on the slide, the majority of the group answered that they were very or rather unlikely to get vaccinated, while almost every third person in the group reported that they will get inoculated. The first treatment group of the respondents, we are asked how likely or unlikely they would be to get COVID-19 vaccine if the patriarchy called on them to do so. Approximately half of the group, 52%, was very or rather unlikely to get vaccine, and similar to the control group, almost a third is likely to do so. And the share of people who were unsure about the vaccination was higher in this group, and it was 13%. Another treatment group was asked people how likely or unlikely they would be to get the COVID-19 vaccine if the government paid them 200 Georgian lari. Surprisingly, in this case, the share of people who are very or rather unlikely to get the vaccine increased, with the overwhelming majority stating that they would not get the vaccine. So further analysis show important differences across these 3 groups. When suggested that the government would pay them to receive a vaccine, they were the least likely to report that they would get vaccinated, while people who were asked about receiving a vaccine at the patriarchy's call most frequently became uncertain about getting vaccinated compared to people across to the other groups. So basically the message from patriarchy does little to move people's views towards getting vaccine. Overall, the patriarchy factor leads thoughts of different groups about getting vaccine to uncertainty. In terms of uncertainty, in each group, the message has different impact. It has higher impact on women. It moves compared to men, of course. It moves their attitudes by 11 points towards being unsure to vaccinate. Also, it moves views of people over 55 years old by 10 points. Attitudes of people living in rural areas are moved by 9 points towards uncertainty. Apart from this, patriarchy's message moves ethnic minorities' attitudes by 23 points. Attitudes of people with secondary, technical, or higher education level are moved by 6 points, and views of those who attend religious services, at least on special religious holidays, are moved by 14 points towards being unsure about vaccination. Regarding the message about monetary incentives, it harms people's views about vaccination and moves people's attitudes towards being unlikely to get vaccine. As you see on the slide, mentioning monetary reward especially harms views of women, and it moves their attitude by 21 points towards being unlikely to vaccinate. Also, it harms views of people under 55 years old and moves their attitudes by 23 points. Moreover, views of those who live in urban areas, including Tbilisi, are 30 points moved towards being unlikely to become vaccinated. Ethnic Georgians' attitudes are moved by 20 points. Attitudes of those who have secondary, technical, or higher education level are moved by 28 points. And finally, mentioning monetary reward harms views of those who attend religious services at least once a month or only on special religious holidays, and moves their attitudes by 35, 25 points respectively towards being unlikely to be vaccinated. So to sum up our presentation, we can say that when it comes to become vaccinated, demographics matter. Middle-aged people, people with secondary or lower education, and people living in rural areas are less likely to get vaccinated. Also, being informed play a role. People who are least informed about the vaccination process are less likely to get vaccinated. Trust in vaccine also matters. Those who do not plan to vaccinate, who are unsure whether they will get vaccine or who refuse to answer about vaccination willingness, are the most likely to not to trust the quality of the COVID-19 vaccine. Also, being religious matters. Middle-aged people and people who attend religious services at least once a week are more likely to believe that faith protects them from getting the virus. The patriarchy's call for vaccination causes rethink about becoming vaccinated in the part of society. Also, monetary reward matters. When offered the monetary reward from the government, people are the least likely to report that they would get vaccinated. So that was our presentation about what factors play a role in the decision to become vaccinated. Thank you for your time and attention. And now I think Tamuna will continue speaking.
Thank you, Nino and Deto. I think we are like 50 minutes behind the schedule, but if you don't mind, we will just steal some minutes from the break because we have two questions in the chat. The first one is to the first presenter, Nino. So Giorgi is asking or like commenting, existing research shows that 20% of car rides are made at distance under 1.5 kilometers, which can be avoided by comfortable pedestrian and bike infrastructure. It is interesting whether the focus groups included people who drive at short distances and whether they reported any readiness to change to walking or cycling. That's the question for the first presenter. I think Nino should go on with answering that question, and then we can move on to the next question.
Thanks a lot for question, Giorgi. It's really interesting and important question, but the focus groups included drivers generally. I did not specifically invite or search for the drivers who drive short distances. So probably I cannot answer this question really well, but this question can be answered indirectly from the data that I got from focus groups. First, because the only reason drivers reported not driving certain distances was due to the lack of parking spaces. Another reason why drivers preferred a private car over public transport or other mobility mean was the lack of comfortable public transport and availability of public transport to get from certain direction to certain direction in the city. And important issue here was again awareness of drivers that I mentioned several times during the presentation, because drivers themselves felt like generally drivers in Tbilisi would even get into this was, I used the quote here, some people would even drive into the store on the car because they are so used to using the car, and of course this can also be caused by the uncomfortable pedestrian infrastructure, but the awareness and the attitude towards the public space and toward the pedestrian space is also plays a huge role here. So this was what came out from the data, but not exactly what you're specifically interested in.
I think Giorgi submitted the answer. Do you want to add something?
I would like to thank you, Nino, and yeah, it's a big topic, and actually it's a big challenge and task for the city to create incentives for those people to change to more sustainable means of mobility. And yeah, I hope that this aim will be achieved, and hopefully your research will also add a valuable part to find a solution. Thank you.
Okay, I think we can move on to the next question, which is for Nino and Deto for the third presentation. I wonder whether you have any data regarding religious minorities, particularly the Muslim population in Georgia. In my MA research, I have found that in certain Muslim communities in Georgia, they are more likely to get vaccinated, with many imams found to be encouraging populations to get vaccinated. Also, thank you for your very interesting presentation.
Thank you. I think we don't have any data specifically about Muslim population, like Muslim communities. So I cannot think about it now.
Yes, however, our survey also includes people different ethnicity and
religiosity.
Yeah.
Okay, then that's something you should probably think about researching in the future. I don't think there are any other questions. There are definitely no questions in the chat. Mariam, are there any questions on Facebook or YouTube?
No, Tamuna, there are no questions.
Okay. Thank you. Then I just have, okay, sorry, Hans just added a question to Nino. Is there any research on bright spots, positive dependency on people who have switched to more walking and cycling? I mean, we know the problems. It's for the first presenter, Nino.
Thanks again for the question, Hans. Unfortunately, there was not much positive that came out from the data because even though participants reported on positive improvements on certain avenues and certain newly renovated streets, such as, for example, Chavchavadze Avenue or Ahmashane-Beli Avenue, etc., etc. People who use wheelchairs or strollers, they reported that those avenues, Chavchavadze Avenue is like highly adopted to wheelchair users and stroller users, which was reported as a very positive development. But despite the adaptations, again, cars block the ramps, for example, or other commercial areas block the ramps. So the barriers that are in Tbilisi streets make even the well-adapted and well-renovated infrastructure dysfunctional. That is one thing. Another thing is that I had participants, bicycle users, who increased the use of, who increased cycling since the new cycling routes were introduced in the city. But again, here they reported a lot of issues such as uneven surfaces, a lot of barriers. Again, the ramps, which are not only for the wheelchair or stroller users, but is equally crucial for cyclers, etc., etc. So, of course, the positive developments were mentioned, but the overall impression is that those negative aspects even overshadow the positive developments that are ongoing in the city. If that answers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I think we can now take a break if there are no more questions. Okay, then we'll be back at 3:30 with the third panel. Thank you very much, and see you soon.
Welcome back. It's a great honor to have such a great panel at the CRRC's methodological conference. And our next panel will be, which is organized by Leon Gagunashvili, who is a doctoral fellow at the University of Bamberg. The name of the panel is actually it's very relevant and very interesting, especially given the current situation that's going on in Georgia. So please welcome our next panel, Party Politics and Social Movements in Georgia. And our first presenter who will open up this, our third panel today will be Leon Gagunashvili with the presentation on the emergence of programmatic party competition in hybrid regimes within case comparative analysis of Georgia. Leon represents the University of Bamberg. Leon, the floor is yours. I won't take too much time. I'll just remind you when 2 minutes are left until the end of your presentation. And yeah, let's try to keep an eye on the time.
Thank you, David, and I hope you can hear me well. Hello, everyone. Let me share my screen before I start talking about my research. And I hope you can see the slides. As David mentioned, I am a doctoral fellow in political science at the University of Bamberg, and I am presenting a part of my dissertation research about how programmatic party competition emerges in post-Soviet hybrid regimes. I'm studying the case of Georgia. But in general, when I mention that I'm researching programmatic party competition in Georgia, I get laughter in response very often from those people who are closely familiar with Georgian politics. Because normally we don't conceive of Georgian politics as party politics, as something that is programmatic. And this is also demonstrated by public opinion polls. For example, data from CRRC polls shows that only 20% of respondents in 2020 survey, only 20% of respondents believe that pre-election promises and platforms are more important than their attitudes towards individual party leaders when they are voting for one or another party. And in this context, it's only surprising that political parties in Georgia write party manifestos. So my question is, why do political parties write manifestos? And how does programmatic party competition emerge in post-Soviet hybrid regimes? There's a lot of literature about Western countries or Northeastern democracies, Northeastern European democracies, and how programs came around in these contexts. And they relate to the quality of democracy, to the modernization hypothesis, state bureaucracy, trust in bureaucracy by the citizens, or party organizational capacity. But these hypotheses are irrelevant for the Georgian case because the sequence in time is reversed due to the Soviet past. So there has to be some sort of other mechanism at place that determines why parties write manifestos. So what I'm using in this research is theory building process tracing methodology. I have coded 46 manifestos between party manifestos between 1992 and 2016, and I used logged proportions to estimate policy positions. This allows me to construct dimensions of competition, for example, economy or welfare state, and identify which party takes what position in terms of numerical values. And I have also done field work in Georgia in 2020 with representatives of political parties. I conducted 14 in-depth interviews with people who write these manifestos, who are involved in the production of these manifestos. And I have to mention that even though there have been manifestos in Georgia since 1992, very first independent elections, the quality of them have actually changed, which is not something you hear about Georgian parties. It has increased in terms of the length of the documents that on average parties present to their voters. For example, in this chart, you see an average length of party manifestos in each elections. And these numbers indicate a count of sentences or quasi-sentences in each in manifestos. And we see a clear turning point in 2012 elections. In 2012, average length increased 9 times. And it has stayed the same or a similar level in 2016 as well. I cannot present the data for 2020 because I don't have it. And this increase is equivalent to the, on the right-hand side, you see other countries in comparison. It's equivalent to the countries like UK in terms of the length of the manifestos. It's longer. Georgian manifestos on average in these 2 elections are longer than French manifestos and much longer than Moldovan or Ukrainian or Armenian manifestos as well. So the first, because I'm using process tracing methodology, it indicates that there's something happened in this election. So this is my starting point for the process theory. As a trigger of the mechanism of why programmatic or how programmatic competition emerges, I take a lame duck syndrome in the context of salient elections. What this means is that the incumbent party is unpopular, outgoing party, in this case UNM, United National Movement, is unpopular, and the importance of elections has increased compared to the previous ones. And we know this because in 2010 were a parliamentary country. So parliamentary elections were the key in terms of who would get power after the constitutional amendments would come into force. In this context, this context has created favorable conditions for a challenger to emerge. And the challenger has done three things in this context. By challenger, I mean the Georgian dream. It has overcome the threshold of contestability, which is the financial resources necessary to even enter the competition, to have a chance at the victory in elections. And it has adopted a programmatic strategy together with non-programmatic strategy of competition. And because it has adopted this programmatic strategy, because they produced a very lengthy, comprehensive manifesto covering all sorts of policy areas that government should be doing, the incumbent or the UNM had to respond programmatically as well as non-programmatically. So in this sense, they have to match with the promises, the offer that Georgian Dream was making to the voters. UNM had to match that offer. And in this sense, we have an intermediary outcome that incumbent is forced to engage in programmatic competition with the challenger. This research continues in 2016 elections and goes more in depth into non-programmatic strategies, but I will only talk about programmatic ones in this presentation. So in terms of overcoming this threshold of contestability, I mentioned it's a financial threshold. And here in this slide, you see the proportions of what the incumbent has spent on elections in Georgia and what the opposition parties or the challengers have spent throughout a year. And you see that over 90% of expenditures in 2007 and 2008 parliamentary and presidential elections are undertaken by the incumbent. But in 2012, this has changed, and significantly. Even though Georgian Dream has not spent, in this direct indicator of expenditures, has not spent more, there are some hidden costs for the Georgian Dream. And here, in 2012, overall, throughout the year, these two parties spent 125 million laris in 1 year. Out of this, 72% was simply fines that Georgian Dream had to pay into the budget. So this amounts to 90 million laris. If you remember, there was a very, very big fine slapped on Georgian Dream by the UNM government. So there are hidden costs, plus GD was operating its own TV channel, which is not included in these costs as well. So what did the challenger do in 2012? It was a conscious decision, judging from the in-depth interviews, to prepare for overtaking power. Because the party was planning to win the elections, they had to have a vision of what to do when they come to power. And this comes up in the interviews. But at the same time, they had to appeal to what the voters wanted. And what the voters wanted is material benefits. For example, some headliner campaign promises included 1 billion laris spent on development of agriculture, which, if you remember, there was this famous video by Turmanidze who mentioned that 5 billion laris for each village. 50% decrease in taxes, tens of thousands of new jobs, new subsistence level, and pensions no less than this level, and long-term, cheap and free money, which is probably the most iconic promise that Georgian Dream has made. In this context, when the challenger is making very appealing, some would say populist promises, the incumbent has to come up with a response, and this response was conscious as well. A respondent from the UNM said that they entered a dangerous situation, and they had to make similar promises. Otherwise, they would lose the elections. And these promises had to be specific, tangible financial benefits. And this is how they came up with 1,000 lari voucher that they promised in their manifesto in 2012. And some other promises included spending 20 billion laris on 5 different policy areas that would match the promise of the Georgian dream, because on the other end, they had Bidzina Ivanishvili and his financial resources that they had to sort of compensate. So how is this different from anything else that we have had before? Let's take the 2003 Rose Revolution, because in that context as well, we had salient elections, which was a part, there was an ongoing support for democracy promotion from the Western countries, and the orange colored revolutions, wave of colored revolutions, right, that we ended up with. There was lame duck syndrome, because the incumbent was increasingly unpopular, and people didn't want to vote for the Citizens Union of Georgia. And in this context, it should be noted that we have this trigger condition, but the actor-specific characteristics are different, because they what the challenger in 2003 did was different from what Georgian Dream did. Even though I don't have direct indicators for party finances, because it simply doesn't exist in Georgia, I have reached out several different state institutions, but there is no data about this. There are indirect indicators that there was well-funded civil society that eventually transferred to politics, and there was free media as well. So, for example, official development assistance reached 60% of the government spending, which means that the government was weak as well. But the key here is that choice of a strategy that the challenger adopted. They chose to be they chose a strategy of resistance instead of engaging in programmatic competition. And their policy offer was among the poorest. Noted. Their policy offer, their manifesto, was 6 times shorter than average length of manifestos in 7 elections in total. It was one of the shortest manifestos ever. And there was a conscious emulation of Serbian experience of revolution. And the respondent even emphasized that this was a typical resistance organization, not really a political party engaged in competition. So in conclusion, in 2003, challenger adopted a resistance strategy. In 2012, challenger adopted an explicit programmatic strategy, and the incumbent was forced to respond in a programmatic manner. This doesn't mean that Georgian Dream is a savior of Georgia or is a better political party or any other, but this is simply the results of the research that I have conducted. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Levan, thank you so much for this very interesting, very timely presentation. And I think we will have a great discussion after all the presenters present their. Thank you so much for this excellent presentation. Yes, indeed, we'll definitely have enough time to discuss some of these issues in our at the end of our panel. And now let me introduce our next presenter, next participant, Nino Mzhavanadze, who represents Georgian Institute of Politics. And Nino will be talking. Nino will be presenting a paper, From Elections to Elections: How Georgian opposition political parties strategize beyond electoral campaign. Nino, the floor is yours. Feel free to start your presentation.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I will start directly without representing myself. Thank you, David, for presenting me and saving this time. So as mentioned, I am digging somehow deeper into the topic, which is really very engaging in terms of Georgia in particular, but probably this is the trend from the broader political systems. But this issue for us is really engaging because during campaigning, political parties are usually, their strategies are determined by the necessity of fighting for the votes, which itself encourages them to communicate more intensively with their electorate about their programs and issue-based solutions that they are suggested to the society, which is translated into the programs, which are mostly more like under more focus before the elections, pro-electoral period. And then it is really interesting how those issue-related issues, policy-related issues that are under more focus for the parties before the elections, how they are followed and advocated inter-election period. And for this, I have chosen to observe the UNM as the party which is one of the most long-standing party and stable party in the opposition and has the largest oppositional electorate support, and as a result of last two parliamentary elections, the party could not grab the office or could not have gained the majority in the parliament, but it still gained the most of the mandates among the other opposition parties, which means that it should have logically somehow relatively more power by using parliamentary institutions or supervision instruments to advocate its policy-related issues under its interest before the elections. And I am mostly looking at the inter-elections period between 2017 to 2020. That's why for comparison, I have chosen a party program which was presented in the pre-electoral period in 2016, and then I am trying to observe and somehow the parliamentary questions submitted officially suggested by the UNM MPs during this inter-election period. Research has its limitations, which is mostly determined by three core factors. The first factor is the official reports that usually say that pre-electoral campaigning is mostly determined by the confrontation of two parties. So UNM is mostly radically confronting to the dominant GD, which somehow overshadows their focus from the policy-related debates during the campaigning. That's why official programs that they are submitting before the elections officially to the society or to the other public institutions remain practically the sole instrument according to which we can somehow measure their official visions regarding the policy-related issues. And of course, we have to acknowledge as well that in order to observe the inter-election periods, we can also look at other institutional instruments of supervision and advocacy rather than parliamentary questions. So research is going to be extended and is somehow will be presented in an attempt to fill those gaps in order to have the adequate findings when we are looking at the differences between the narratives, core narratives before the elections and after the elections of the particular party. So when looking at the pre-electoral narratives, what I have done is that observing to the program and the usual answers during the presentations about the different policy related issues. I have divided those issues according to the intensity, how intensively the UNM is putting those policy related issues under its focus, or how detailed or how deep solutions or promises the party used to suggest to the society about the particular policy related policy area. So according to this, I have 4 baskets here. The first category is the encompasses the policy issues, policy areas where the UNM used to suggest more intensive and detailed solution to the society. And then it comes the second basket, which is still important but for the UNM, but with the less solutions, less deep or less intensive solutions and promises. And then it comes to, we have to come to the category third, which is, as you see, some of the policy areas, for which UNM used to suggest from 6 to 9 solutions to the society. And there is the last category where UNM used to somehow either avoid or suggest 5 or fewer solutions for a particular issue, which are most of the policy related areas in their program. Measuring of the like how UNM followed those issues, how intensively, how it maintained its interest towards those policy areas is impacted by different interventional factors that took place in between those 2 electoral periods, which I have chosen to observe. And I have presented here 4 core kind of game changer events, which was first of all, it was in very immediately in 2017 when UNM was divided and new splinter party emerged. Which means that this new leadership somehow extracted those ideas from the core, like mother party of the UNM. And then in 2018, 2 factors should be observed here. First of all, UNM did enter into the larger oppositional movement and unity. And then a presidential election came up, which most likely somehow impacted on their narratives in terms of policy related areas. And then by the beginning of 2020, COVID pandemic emerged that also had its impact in all the agendas of political parties, and UNM was not exception, of course. And if we look at the those intensity, how intensively the United Nations movement used to observe to the policy areas that they had presented as the priorities before the 2016 election, I have, as I mentioned, observed and summed the parliamentary questions submitted by the UNM MPs in the period of 2017-2020. And there are several overall trends or observations which is visible from this summary. First of all, a little bit generalized distribution of those policy areas, like questions according to the policy areas, which somehow shows the trend how intensively UNM follows policy areas like foreign policy or healthcare or economy, which had been put as a priority in their program before the 2016 election. And as you see, there is 82% questions submitted to like beyond the policy related issues which had been presented in the programs before. And this does not mean that those questions had been not been issue based, but they were at least beyond those policy areas that they had presented in the programs, which is also kind of symptomatic If we look at this trend according to the years, we will see that in almost all the policy areas, and especially this other policy area related questions are more intensively submitted during the periods of 2018 and 2020, which should be determined by the electoral and pre-electoral factors. Elections took place in both years, so it might mean that party was more motivated to pursue its parliamentary supervisory tools and instruments, to employ them more intensively during those periods. And also, I have introduced here specifically those policy areas which were presented in the programs as a priority of the UNM, and then they were followed in the framework of their parliamentary questions. If we look only to those policy areas and distribution, here as well, we will see some slight increase in 2018, traditional electoral year, which also shows that the same trend in 2020, but only regarding the healthcare policy area, which is mostly, which should be determined, and if you look at the content of the questions, it is determined by the COVID pandemics, which is already a priority since the beginning of 2020 for all the parties and UNM among them. And last observation from my side is this other category, which, as I mentioned, was probably issue-based. It is not necessarily beyond the policy areas. They put those questions from this category, but it is still beyond the issues that they had set as a priority, which is really interesting to be observed, why those questions emerged so intensively under the interest of the UNM MPs. And also, if you look at the trend, it is again like predictable that those trends are increasing in 2018 and 2020. And those questions, if you dig deeper into the content of the questions, it is mostly about related with the process of pre-electoral preparation, like detailing the number of electorate or election-related bureaucracy, and etc. Such kind of questions are not under the focus of programs, though they are still very under very intensive interest of the UNM when it comes to the parliamentary instrument to be employed into the for the advocacy or for plan their strategy and etc. So the last summing up components about this presentation, in general, as I mentioned during the limitations, it is really hard to detect this content-based contradiction, because programs are usually too general to measure specifically how scrupulously parties followed their policy-related areas after the elections and during the inter-electoral period. So such kind of trend was not detected. This intensity of interest was not basically in compliance with the intensity which was showed up or demonstrated by the party during the pre-electoral period. This is also a general trend which was very visible. And lastly, of course, when measuring such kind of trends, we have to look at the interventionist factors, which I mentioned above. It can be more rather than 4, as I introduced, but for this time, I chose those 4 factors as kind of game changers in determining interests of the political party during the inter-electoral period. So, as I mentioned, the research is kind of beginning stage of more extended exploration. So in terms of methodology or in terms of core strategies to measure this compliance, any kind of additional recommendations or questions would be gladly accepted. Thank you so much for your attention.
Nino, thank you so much for a very, very interesting presentation. Now I just want to welcome our next presenter, Lasha Kakashvili, who is based at Caucasus University, and Lasha will be talking about parliamentary opposition parties in Georgia's foreign policy under a hybrid regime. Lasha, the floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Lasha Kakashvili. I'm a PhD candidate in international relations at Caucasus University. So I think that the issue that I'm presenting today is becoming more and more relevant over time, especially in Georgia. The current political polarization in the country, the confrontation between the elites and the wish to influence the public consciousness and other factors contribute to the desire of opposition to influence not only domestic politics, but foreign policy as well. So based on 5 case studies, I tried to examine the influence of parliamentary opposition political parties on Georgia's foreign policy as a country with hybrid regime. So given that the study is, I think, quite comprehensive, complex, and innovative as well, the study covers only 8-year period from the start of Georgian Dreams rule in 2012 to the end of 2020. So to begin with, we should say that political parties are first and foremost the mainstays of domestic politics. And in many states, they are also seen as the major actors in foreign policy. However, in contrast to Western consolidated democracies in Georgia, which is country with hybrid regime, of course, at first glance, the influence of parliamentary opposition political parties are not seen as determined as well as in other countries. So recently, a growing number of academics, primarily from Western European countries, are paying increasing attention to this topic and establishing a study method in this approach. However, there is currently no extensive research in Georgian scholarly literature, which is making this study even more significant. So I think that the study of this issue provides an opportunity to analyze the complex decision-making process in international system by adding supplementary variables to the research agenda. And as I've already emphasized, parties are seen as important elements in foreign policy, although it is also noteworthy that in the process of studying foreign policy, researchers pay increasing and huge attention to the issues such as public opinion, like political institutions or political culture or media. And meanwhile, the political parties have emerged as kind of neglected elements. By the way, in one of my interviews, one of the leaders of opposition parties assessed the issue as follows. He said that the opposition has a control function as well as function of raising the alarm. The parties work with the diplomatic corps, the European Parliament, and senators. In addition, the foreign media is assisting them, and we must not overlook the resolutions passed. So based on all of the above, the main goal of this study is to determine whether the parliamentary opposition parties have an influence on foreign policy of Georgia as a country with hybrid regime. So the hypothesis is going to be as follows. If the current government takes a step in the foreign policy that is unacceptable to the part of the public, this policy is sometimes adjusted by parliamentary opposition parties in expense of mobilizing public opinion and international actors. So what about methods and data? In this research, I've relied on Levitsky and Weiss' concept of hybrid regimes, which they refer to as competitive authoritarianism. And I think that this type of hybrid regimes is most appropriate to this issue discussed in this study for several major reasons, but I don't have time to discuss them, unfortunately. The research conducted under this article is based on qualitative research methods. Specifically, the following methods are used, like document analysis, process research, case studies, and in-depth interviews. Semi-structured in-depth interviews on saturation principle was conducted during the study, and overall 10 interviews were conducted. And the three main subgroups were selected for the interview, like political parties, the executive branch, and then the experts on foreign policy and democratization. It's also important to emphasize that in order to be able to study the topic in depth, it is important to review the literature on several issues. First of all, it became necessary to study hybrid regimes in order to make Georgian reality even more understandable. And besides, it was also important to assess the political regime in Georgia from 2012 to 2020. And by the way, the annual reports of international organizations have been very and greatly contributive in this regard. For example, Freedom House and The Economist and other big organizations. And the last, but not the least, the analysis of nature of Georgia's foreign policy was very important to study this issue. Okay, let's take a look at the cases briefly in this study. The first case is about special resolution, which was scheduled to be adopted by Parliament in March in 2013 regarding the country's foreign policy course. As a result of pressure from opposition, an additional clause appeared in the resolution, emphasizing that the need of the country to join the EU and Euro-Atlantic structures. At the same time, it was saying that Georgia would not join any international organization that opposes Georgian Euro-Atlantic goals. So to sum up, with the adoption of this resolution, I think that national movement just gave the public feeling that the document was created at the dictation of minority, and the majority made kind of obvious concession, and in this way got rid of awkward discourse about what Georgia's foreign course should have been like. And by the way, this is one of the rare cases when the opposition was able to pursue its own views in foreign policy without any confrontation. So the next case is about the street protests in 2014 after the new draft agreement proposed by Kremlin, which Moscow and separatist Abkhazia planned to sign. So the main opposition force, UNM, by that time submitted a resolution to parliament and calling for Georgia to refuse informal bilateral dialogue with Russia, which eventually was not accepted. And as a result, opposition announced a large-scale protest rally in the center of Tbilisi with slogan "No Annexion." Many of us remember this day, yes. The government during this time switched to self-defense mode, and dozens of statements were made against Russian occupation. And it's also very important to emphasize that the regalia were again attributed to the opposition in the eyes of international community and public. Okay, the third case, another case where the influence of opposition seems to be very evident, concerns the law of Georgia on occupied territories, which was passed by Georgian parliament on 23rd October of 2008. As a result of 2012 parliamentary elections, the ruling party considered that the law was too strict and needed to be amended. And according to amendments which were prepared in early 2013, in the event of relevant violation, the person would no longer be criminally persecuted, but would instead be fined on 400 lari. And the parliamentary opposition labeled the law change as a betrayal and softening the position. And the UNM they did not support the amendment on the law on occupied territories, and eventually the opposition achieved the result and no change was implemented in this law. So another case which I have discussed and analyzed in my article is about the passage of a resolution by Georgian parliament on Otchozoria Tatunashvili list. It's a quite evident example where the parliamentary opposition's influence on the foreign policy of Georgia. In 2017, European Georgia submitted its own version of the resolution, and in 21st March, as I remember, the parliament approved the bill by 106 votes to none. So the following of the adoption of the resolution, European Georgia urged Georgian government to take concrete steps to collaborate with international organizations and partner countries to impose all possible restrictions on those named on Otchozoria Tatunashvili list. And the list indeed, I think, was very successful internationally because, for example, it was supported by the Council of Europe, by the joint foreign affairs, trade and defense committees of Irish Parliament, and by Lithuanian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and also by the group of friends of Georgia. And the last case, which I've discussed and analyzed in my article and my study, is about June 20 in 2019. Many of us remember this day, by the way, when the Sergei Gavrilov, a member of the Russian Duma, a man with anti-Georgian sentiments, was placed in the chair of Speaker of the Georgian Parliament, yes. And the opposition had a quite significant influence in destabilizing the event after, and many of us after remember the tragedy called the violent dispersal of the rally took place in the main street of Tbilisi. So the pro-Western parliamentary opposition has forced the government to pay quite high price for this particular action. First of all, the delegation leader Zakaria Kutsnashvili had to resign from the parliamentary post, as did the parliament's chairman, Irakli Kobakidze. Second, and perhaps the more importantly, the government's reputation was severely harmed, and both, I think, domestically and internationally abroad. So the parliamentary opposition has sent quite the message to the administration that by warning that any hint of straying from the Western path can be and will be harshly retaliated. So in conclusion, I would like to say that this study represents the first steps to make possible to study political parties' influence in foreign policy under the hybrid regimes. It's noteworthy to underline or emphasize that not consolidated democracies, but countries like which are going through a democratization process. As it turned out, the influence on the example of Georgia, it's clear in some cases, and it appeared that the impact was mainly due to the involvement of international actors and mobilization of the public around specific policies. But of course, the issue needs to be studied further and deeper. So therefore, I think that I intend to continue working in this direction to explore each potential case in more depth and in more deeply and furtherly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lasha, for your presentation. I really enjoyed it, and I assume our audience members as well. And let me introduce our last speaker for our panel today, who is Cieslewska of CRRC-Georgia, Georgia's own Cieslewska. And Givi will be talking about the disengagement of young Georgian voters from party politics, trends, and potential explanations based on survey data. Givi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, David. Hello, everyone, and I'm sorry for being late. So my topic, as David said, is disengagement of young Georgian voters from political parties, trends and explanations based on survey data. I know that it sounds ambitious, so I will try, but I'm not sure that I'll be able to say everything that I want to say. So hopefully your questions will let me do that. Okay, first of all, I'm going to briefly present the structure. I'm going to speak very briefly about what my research is about and what it is not about. I will present research questions, then I will proceed with the relevance of the topic very briefly because due to time limitations. Then I am going to sketch my design and some major but not all methodological decisions, and most of my presentation will be devoted to analysis part and the findings part. Okay, my research and this part of my research is about young Georgian voters and their disengagement from political parties, not their disillusionment with politics in general, their disinterest towards politics in general, etc. This is very specifically about disengagement from political parties. And in my research, I'm trying to address basically three main questions. First, are young Georgian voters different from older people in terms of engagement and disengagement from political parties? Second, what's the time dynamics? Have young Georgian voters become more disengaged from party politics? And the third one, what factors are associated with young Georgian voters' disengagement from political parties? The context, very briefly, is that last decade, increasing number of reports, media outlets, NGOs, think tanks, they express their sort of this issue that young people are disillusioned with politics. They do not trust politics. They do not go to elections. They do not trust political parties, and they are not members of political parties, etc. And this is portrayed as a sort of acute challenge to the prospects of Georgia's democratization. What the literature says is that this declining trend in Georgia basically fits in quite well in the overall trend. So we know from the literature that not only in Georgia, not only in the region, but worldwide, we have a worldwide declining trend in terms of party membership, participation in political campaigns, etc. But in the post-communist region, we have even more distrustful citizens who are not members of political parties. There is a sort of higher electoral volatility in this region. And we also know that this is very important. I mean, the youth and their political attitudes, their political participation is very important for democratization. And we know that if there are large part of society who is distrustful towards politics, who do not trust political institutions, that is detrimental to democratization and liberal democracy in the medium and the long term. How does my study fit in? So regardless of those many claims that youth and young voters are disengaged from politics, I have not seen a systematic analysis or comparison of young Georgian voters with older part of the electorate. Also, time dynamics of this trend, this disengagement trend, is rarely examined in Georgia. And I also wanted to test some of the hypotheses, some of the important predictors in the Georgian setting. In terms of my design, I decided to choose quite flexible definition because of the context in the post-communist region in Georgia, where we have sort of very clientelistic, personalistic politics, weak party voter linkages, and low party institutionalization. So I'm not relying on, for instance, party membership, donations to parties, and things like that in order to define party disengagement as a concept. I'm focusing on a bit more general definition, and I imply that party disengagement is something like general rather than particular affiliation with any political party. And I define in the following way. So there's this question which is recurring in various surveys: which political party is closest to you? If respondents name any political party, I treat this as a party engagement. And if respondents do not name any political party, or say that they do not know which political party is close to them, I treat this as a party disengagement. And I also try to check with alternative outcome variable, which is distrust towards political parties in general. Data, I use secondary data, data collected by CRRC-Georgia throughout the last decade under various projects. And as for the analysis strategy, I use regression analysis to check if there are statistically significant differences. All right, let me begin with the first question. Are young Georgian voters more disengaged from parties than older people? You see on this slide that I've selected the latest 5 national representative surveys, and I disaggregated party disengagement by age groups. And you see that the trend is similar across those surveys. Young people, and by that I mean people who are aged between 18 and 35 years, they exhibit consistently higher disengagement from political parties than older age groups. But this visual inspection cannot be a guarantee of statistically significant difference. So I took the last 3 surveys, December 21 and February and March 22, and I checked whether we have actual differences. So December 21, after controlling for other important socio-demographic variables such as sex, formal education level, settlement type, ethnicity, and wealth, we got statistically significant difference between age groups. So we can say that the young people are more disengaged from political parties than older people. This finding holds for the other two surveys as well. February 2022, after controlling for other factors, we have statistically significant difference between age groups, and that's the case with the latest survey of 2022 March. All else equal, young people are more disengaged from political parties than older people. And I also, as I said, I checked with the alternative outcome variable, distrust towards political parties, and that's the case as well here. You see that in January 2022 and in March 2022, the younger people exhibit higher distrust towards political parties in general than older people. And statistical analysis confirms that those groups are really different. So we can say that statistical analysis confirms that younger people are generally more disengaged from political parties than older people. But we must also say that these differences are not huge in terms of substantively. Substantively, we cannot say that there's a huge difference. As for my second question, have young Georgian voters become more disengaged from political parties in the last decade? I compiled all the data sets that combined the same question, which political parties close to you, from 2011 to 2022, and I disaggregated this trend by different age groups. And you can see that more or less we can say that younger people regularly say that they do not have any political party that they feel close to in comparison to older age groups. But it is also quite interesting for me, at least, that during elections, for instance, in 2012, 2016, 2020, you can see that this party disengagement decreases. So parties sort of manage around elections to attract some voters. But we can also say that as time goes, parties are less able to do so. I mean, for instance, in 2012, you can see that party disengagement is quite low, but in 2020, it's quite high, even during elections and even near elections. I fitted linear lines in order to better visualize the time dynamics, and it's visible that not only among the youth, but among other age groups as well, we have upward trend, which means that party disengagement increases overall, as well as for young people. This is distrust. Again, I checked with alternative variable, and we can see that in the first half of 2020s, in 2010s, we cannot see much difference between different age groups, but in 2019 and in 2021, we can say that there is some difference. At least this is what seems from visual inspection. All right. As for my third question, what factors are associated with young Georgian voters' disengagement from political parties? First of all, I constructed a model with only socio-demographic variables, and what we saw is that the sex, settlement type, formal education level, employment, IDP status, wealth are not at all associated with the party engagement or party disengagement. But ethnicity and religious attendance are associated with party disengagement among the youth. For instance, young ethnic Georgians are more likely to be disengaged than young ethnic minorities. And also, this is quite strange, but young people who attend religious services only on special religious holidays are different from regular attenders, as well as people who never attend religious services. I do not want to spend too much time on that. If you have questions, I can offer my insights about these findings, and you could offer yours, and we could exchange our ideas. After that, I added some theoretically relevant variables. For instance, attitudes towards democracy is considered as one of the important variable, and the expectation was that if people are sort of prefer democracy, they would be more engaged with political parties, because political parties constitute an essential pillar of democracy, right? And while people who do not feel that democracy is always preferable, that was my expectation, that they would say that they are more disengaged. But I got the completely different results. People who say that democracy is always preferable are more disengaged from political parties than people who say that non-democratic government and measures can be sometimes justified. This could be explained, and I think it's interesting, by pernicious polarization. You know, this conceptualization of polarization by McCoy as a pernicious polarization. I know that many people think that we do not have polarization in Georgia, and it's debatable and it's interesting, but at least this is an explanation that could come up because partisans are more likely to justify non-democratic measures because they perceive other parties as a threat to nation, for instance. All right, then I constructed general interest index, and I wanted to check whether people who are interested general in current affairs are more likely or not to be disengaged from political parties. And I saw that there is no difference at all. And young people who are generally more interested in current affairs are not different from young people who are generally not interested in terms of party engagement. Then I constructed not an index about political interest alone, and I combined questions regarding not only Georgian politics but international politics, Russian politics, etc. And similarly, I found that there were no statistical differences among people who were interested and the ones who were not. All right. In terms of interest towards Georgian politics, people who were interested in Georgian politics were obviously more engaged with political parties than people who were not interested. And I also constructed this variable, the most important issue. I grouped some of the issues that people think is the most important issue facing Georgia at this moment: economic, political, social issues, and other. And I found that people who think economic issues are the most important problem for Georgia at this moment are more disengaged from political parties than people who think that political issues or social issues are important. I have little time, so I'll not go through it. If you have some questions, I'm happy to discuss this. And this was expected, that people who feel acquainted with politics are less disengaged, and people who feel that they are ready to participate in politics, they are also less disengaged from political parties. In terms of research questions, I will briefly sum up. Yes, I found that young Georgian voters are more disengaged from political parties. As for my second research question, which was about time dynamics, visual inspection of time dynamics suggests that young Georgian voters became more disillusioned or disengaged from political parties. However, this trend applies to other age groups as well, and is not exclusively for young voters. And the last most very interesting part, we found that general interest in current affairs and general political interest are not associated with party disengagement. But democracy, support for democracy, for instance, is interesting. Democracy supporters are more disengaged from political parties. And also people who name economic issues as most important problems are more disengaged from political parties than people who prioritize social issues, for instance, and political issues. And considering that Georgian political parties heavily are focusing on political issues, that might be a good finding and interesting finding for them as well. In terms of limitations, there are plenty of them. I would say that I know that I need to complement my study with some qualitative in-depth analysis. And also there's a quite a normative question that still holds, that we know that political disengagement is a challenge, right? But should voters become more engaged with existing political structures, or should existing political structures change in the first place? This is the question that, of course, I have not addressed, and it's a very important one. I will stop here. Thank you very much. I hope that I didn't take too much time.
Thank you, Givi. Thank you so much for this very interesting, for this great presentation. And I think we can also go to our back to discussion, not back to discussion, but actually start our discussion. We actually have two questions from Nino and Tanta, and I would ask them kindly, perhaps you can unmute himself and just pose the question to the panelists. So I think Nino's question was first, and then was Tampa's question. Go ahead. Nino, would you like to?
Yes, thank you, sorry. So I will verbalize my question to Lasha. He presented really interesting findings regarding the opposition's impact of foreign policy decisions, but I had the questions, the cases which you discussed as the probable success stories or important cases which might be the good case studies for your hypothesis. Did you measure somehow or consider even qualitatively what is the role of social movements or civic pressure on the government when it comes to impacting to their decisions in terms of foreign policy strategies? How are you looking at this component?
Yeah, I got your question, and it's very interesting. But at this point of research, I can only answer to this question based on the cases I have studied. And, so I think it's important to know how things work in hybrid regime in order to understand and go deep into this question. But it's very interesting, and it's very differently. The political struggle, it's very different from consolidated democracies. But briefly to say, because of the difficulty to fight politically in hybrid regimes, by democratic methods, for example, by interparliamentary methods, the opposition usually resorts to such means as influencing the public consciousness and involving the international community, and to press the government against concrete policy. For example, after 2020, the political crisis started in Georgia. You can remember how much political opposition tried to press on international community to involve them in Georgian reality, because to fight and to go against the ruling party in this kind of regime is quite difficult by the democracy methods. That's why it's very important to have an influence on consciousness of the public. Thank you.
Tamta, feel free to verbalize your question.
Yeah, thank you. My question was to give his presentation because, first of all, there were so many things that you apparently didn't manage to explain because of lack of time. But one of the things that caught my attention was this question of religious beliefs, because it seemed very surprising to me that people who would go to the church sometimes or during important religious holidays, those are more disengaged, if I understood correctly, than those who go to the church very often or not at all. And I was wondering, I know that this is not your main research question, but whether there could be whether you have any thoughts on why this could be the case or where this could be coming from. Thank you.
Yes, Tamta, thanks. And I know that I'm sorry for that, maybe I talked about too many topics and I could not go deep. Yeah, you are absolutely right. People who attend religious services appear to be more disengaged with political parties than people who regularly attend services or do not attend religious services at all. And I asked my colleagues at CRRC, and the most plausible explanation possible I could offer, this is that people who attend religious services on special religious holidays probably are people who do not have strong ideological preferences and views regarding religion and the church. And it is possible that this flexible and somewhat nihilistic attitude travels across other institutions as well. But I must also point out that I checked with other data sets, and I could not find the same association between religious attendance of religious services and party disengagement. So this is quite interesting, I guess somewhat confusing as well, but this is at least the most plausible explanation that I came up. If you have some other ideas, I will be really happy to hear.
I think we have a question from Hans Gutbrod. Hans, would you like me to read out the question, or would you ask it to give directly?
Yeah, how can I
Hans, unfortunately, we cannot hear you well. I think there's some problem with the connection. Yeah, come again. We cannot hear.
Can you hear me now?
Perfect.
I'll just say in general, and just to be fairly direct, I'm concerned that I think we've seen great papers. I think also Givi's paper is super interesting on the issues. But what I think the Caucasus should not do, and really with an emphasis should not do, is try and follow the West in its worst aspects of self-referential academic research. These are really, really bad patterns that can be there. And so let me say it positively. I mean, there's such a direct, I mean, these are absolutely existential questions in some cases that we've seen in these papers. And also in Givi's case, I mean, you presented, oh, there's nothing here, there's nothing here, there's nothing here, there's nothing here, there's nothing here. So would it not really be much more compelling? And I mean this, I know that I get on people's nerves with that argument, but I do think it's an important argument to make. Would it not be much more compelling to really focus research on bright spots, on where we actually see results, and where we actually see a difference? Because we have very limited time, and we're also the people that are spending, the 22 people that are taking the time out on a sunny day. We ultimately share one interest, which is convincing people that this research matters. But in order to do so, we actually really need to focus on where does the knife cut? Yeah. And so I'm just wondering whether we can kind of maybe rephrase some of this research, and whether you're maybe planning to do that again, because I was super intrigued 7 minutes in, but then I thought, here, there's nothing. So I'm just wondering whether there's a chance to maybe refocus that on the kind of, again, positive deviancy bright spots.
Thank you very much. And I must say that I basically share and accept this criticism, but also this is a work in progress. I plan, this is an extract from a sort of a wider research that focuses of political engagement of the youth in general, and political parties is one aspect of this research, and try to extract this part because of the theme of the panel. Also, I agree that because of due to time limitations, I could have selected only those findings that were sort of very clear and positive findings, right? We have a difference here. But maybe I'll say briefly that I do not agree with the saying that negative findings are not interesting. To me, negative findings are also very interesting. But again, I accept this criticism that due to time limitations, maybe I could have selected some of those findings which I deemed super interesting, for instance. And yeah, and
if I can just, I mean, I thought this stuff was great. Yeah, I mean, I think how you showed the timeline over the years and the composite and on the different generations is super, super powerful. So again, this set out of enthusiasm for Felix Het was on the call. Maybe I'm not sure he is right now, but was on the call just a moment ago, a while ago, and made the point at a GIP event a month ago that unless parties manage to recruit youth, they will find it incredibly hard to rejuvenate and incredibly hard to get people into the habit of making politics, internal politics, and you won't really get democracy to work in Georgia. I'm extending a little bit of what he says. And so that would say that you are actually researching what may be a key component. Again, I'm just picking this from Felix now, but would be a key component of democracy. And that's why I'm so keen for that, for the key points to stand out. So again, this may have come across as a criticism, but I really loved a lot of what was in there. And I hope to see the key focus in that brought out, the diamond, so to speak, to be brought out. Thank you.
Yeah, and I love the criticism, and it's absolutely fair. And what I want to say is that I started this project, then I found that I cannot operationalize some very important variables. Then I asked David to help me. So I'm in the middle of this process, and I know that it's very interesting. So you have to be quite solid in your research, in your methodology, to claim such things. And I absolutely agree that this is maybe a key component in this nihilism-oriented politics of Georgia. So this might be quite, yeah, sorry. So thank you very much again.
Hans, thanks so much. Thank you so much. Leon, yeah, go ahead.
Right. Thank you everyone for the presentations, first of all. I have a question for Nino and a question for Givi. For Nino, I was thinking that because you had this 4 different categories, right? Comparing parliamentary questions submitted by the UNM MPs to what they had said in their campaign materials, manifesto or presentation. Normally, parliamentary questions should be a supervisory instrument or agenda setting instrument. I was wondering whether, or if you are planning maybe to explore to what extent these questions or the topics of these questions are actually related to Georgian Dream's policy priorities. And whether, if that is the case, then it would be a very interesting finding that actually our legislators are doing their job of supervision. I'm not expecting that that's what you're going to find, but I was just wondering if you have considered this an alternative and a possible avenue of expanding your research. And for Givi, I agree with Hans that you presented a lot of negative results, but I also agree with you that these negative results are important to know about. And I was thinking maybe all these negative results are a result of the way you have operationalized the dependent variable. Was this just a convenient, like a convenient method because of the availability of data, or could you re-operationalize the dependent variable? Is there anything else that you could look into to measure this disengagement, and then see if something changes in your non-results? Thank you.
Shall I start, since first question was for me, I think. Thank you very much for a very necessary question, by the way, which I have thought as well, and I have looked at this kind of content-based distributions of the questions themselves according to different criteria, and among them, what kind of questions could be more supervisory rather than just, but for today's presentation, I have not the exact statistics for this, because my today's presentation's purpose was to dig deeper into the just general interest of the party, UNM, expressed toward the particular policy area. Yeah, I am going to make those segments, which questions are more supervisory, or which questions are directed to different purposes, and there are much more such kind of questions rather than about supervision of GD itself, or GD policies itself. And also there are kind of positive statistics, I would say, how frequently those answers were responded mathematically from the public institutions. And I still have to dig deeper into the content, how those responses reflected these supervisionary relations between opposition, parliamentary opposition and public institutions complected by the GD. So unfortunately, I do not have exact statistics for this, but as an idea, this is in my plans, and thank you for raising this as a question, which makes me more motivated to dig deeper into such kind of segmentations of those questions. So for now, this is my answer, not more deeper, sorry.
May I? Thanks, Levan. This is a very important question, and I initially planned to speak about this, but you can imagine if I spoke about this, it would get even messier. So, yeah, the question was it convenient to operationalize my dependent variable as it was, like whether or not two respondents feel they have close party? No, it was not. I checked party membership, for instance, but those other operationalizations and those variables are sort of, I mean, they do not have variance in them. I mean, for instance, party membership. I checked, and from 2022, only 0.7% of young people are members of political party, while 3%, roughly 3% is the case for the older part of the electorate. Participation in political campaigns by any political party, this is again extremely low, but young people are less willing to participate than older people. And fourth way of operationalization could be donations to parties, and I checked this as well, and this is even lower in comparison to the previous ones as well. So I checked, I saw that these four measures go hand in hand to some extent, but when I operationalized, for instance, party membership, when I checked participation in political campaigns and donations, the results were too low to be included in the analysis. So as long as they go hand in hand, I decided to opt for this variable that I used, which is which party is closest to you. And of course, to some extent, it was convenient because this question spans across the decade. We have several surveys for 1 year that you can compare time dynamics as well. So to some extent, it was convenient, but not solely convenient strategy. So yeah, but if you have some alternative ways to do this, I'll be very happy to listen and take into account in future.
Any more questions from the audience? Perfect. What I see here is that we perfectly fit our the time slot that was allocated to our panel. First of all, I would like to say thank you to Levan, who organized this excellent panel and basically worked hard to put together all the to organize everything. And I would like to also thank to our participants who put together excellent presentations. And yeah, one thing that we can see is that both how party politics work in Georgia, how party politics work in Georgia, and how social movements emerge, and or why they did not emerge. Of course, it's something like that is key central to Georgia's to the development of Georgia's politics and the future of the country. And we actually can see the repercussions of both. Of both issues, and by looking at the recent events that are happening in our country. Again, I just wanted to make a quick announcement. Now we have a longer break for about an hour, and we'll be back at 6 p.m. Tbilisi time, and we will have our keynote speaker today, Professor Nick Huntington-Klein of Cieslewska University, Washington, United States. And Professor Huntington-Klein will talk about, talk about causal inference and identification strategies. I highly recommend that you join us for the keynote speech, and I hope that I will I'll see you all there. Stay tuned. Let's meet in an hour. Welcome back. Welcome back again, and thanks for joining us for our keynote speech. Also, let me also join in welcoming Professor Nick Huntington-Klein, joining us from the state of Washington. And we very much appreciate that. Despite the time difference, it's 7 a.m. there. You were so keen to join us and deliver this speech. Let me quickly introduce those who are not familiar with. Let me introduce Professor Huntington-Klein to our audience. Nick Huntington-Klein is an assistant professor of economics at Seattle University. His work focuses on higher education policy and quantitative causal inference. He has a strong history of being an effective communicator of causal inference methods and econometrics. He is best known for his materials on causal inference and his textbook, The Effect, which are widely shared and used. And from my side, I can say that I definitely used Professor Huntington-Klein's teaching materials for my classes at Tbilisi State University. Professor Huntington-Klein, welcome again, and the floor is yours. So we are looking forward to your keynote speech, which is titled Identification, the what, how and why of which what answers what whys. Thank you so much again, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, David. Very exciting to be here. Always enjoy being able to talk about causal inference, being able to talk about this stuff. I understand that this conference has a lot of different kinds of researchers. People doing quantitative work, people doing qualitative work, and it's always useful to be able to think about a different kind of way people are doing research, which it might be new to some of you, might be old hat to some of you, which is trying to do causal inference in a quantitative setting. So, I'm just realizing all the Zoom controls are covering my words. Hold on. There we go. So most people who are watching this are working with data in some format, right? And it could be quantitative data, it could be qualitative data, and you're trying to answer all sorts of different questions with it. And of course, you have to ask yourself the question, well, why are we bothering to work with data? Why don't we just work with theory? What are we trying to get out of the data that we can't get in some other way? And the reason why we do this, right, is not super complex or arcane or anything like this. We use data because we think that it's reflective of the world in some way, right? We want to get some picture of the world in our minds. We want to understand how it works, or what's going to happen to it, or all these different sorts of things. And so we think that the data that we have is reflective of some system in the world that we want to learn about, right? If we want to learn about higher education policy, we will gather some data on the higher education system. If you want to learn about economic recovery, you gather data on the economy. If you want to learn about, war or immigration or all these sorts of things, you gather data on these different kinds of things. And because we think that this data reflects some system about the world, we have the hope that analyzing that data will let us answer some question that we have about the world. How do you prevent war? Maybe hopefully you can do some sort of analysis on the data that will give you some hint as to a tiny little thing that might help you reduce that probability by a little bit, or any sort of different question that you might have. We want to know how the system works because we want to be able to answer questions about that system, to understand it better for our own sake, or to be able to improve it to make it better. So lots of different parts of quantitative research are focused on answering questions that I think of as what questions, right? These are questions that are about what patterns do we see in the data, and lots of qualitative data research is also about this in some way. So what are the changes that we see in economic statistics? We have an economic statistic like GDP, we see it go up and down. What are the changes that we see in that variable? What are people's feelings about some new policy, right? You can do a bunch of interviews and see what they think about it, how they're interacting. What's going to happen to COVID case rates over the next month, right? That's a prediction or a forecast based on the patterns that we've seen in the data so far. What do military resources look like in nearby countries? These are all what questions, right? We can answer these questions by looking at data and just seeing what the pattern is and reporting back on that pattern. Right, so far so good. However, these what questions are very distinct from why questions, right? There are a lot of questions that we're likely to be interested in answering as well that are not about what patterns we see, but rather about why we see them. These are why questions, right? If you advertise for your product and you see that your sales went up, why did sales increase? Did they increase because of your advertisement, or did they increase because of some other reason? Why is fiscal spending positively correlated with wages? We observe that when you spend a lot of money from the government, wages tend to go up. Why is that, right? Why is ice cream a popular snack at swimming pools, right? Why has the labor force participation rate been declining, right? These are all why questions that aren't just about the pattern that we see in the data. That doesn't stop the question, right? We can look at the labor force participation rate. We can see that it's declining, but that does not tell us in itself why it's declining. We can speculate. We can say, oh, it's declining, and I think it's because of this and this and this and this. But that's not the data telling us those things. That's us thinking those things in our heads. So how can we get the data to help us distinguish between those different why explanations of why we see a particular pattern? And we're going to get into trouble if we try to answer these why questions using the exact same methods that we used for the what questions, because the what questions are all about how can I identify a pattern? How can I make sure that the labor force participation rate is indeed actually declining? And it's not just some statistical artifact, right? And that's an important thing to get right, but it does not answer the why question of why it's been declining, even if you get it perfectly on the money exactly right. So these why questions are important because they don't just tell us what's in the data, they tell us about what are called counterfactuals and causality, right? I may observe, to give a simple example, that people who go to the hospital are more sick than people who don't go to the hospital, right? If you're just simply looking at the data by itself, you're just looking for a pattern in the data, you might say, oh, well, it looks like, being sick is really correlated with going to the hospital. I should probably keep people out of the hospital. And that would not be the correct conclusion, right? Because the hospital takes people because they're sick and hopefully makes them a little bit better. And so a proper causal inference is some analysis that is going to be able to distinguish the explanations of people go to the hospital because they're sick and will get better because of it and would have been worse if they didn't go, from people are sick because they went to the hospital, right? Those are two separate reasons why we might see that correlation in the data of there's a correlation between being sick and being in the hospital, but they have very different implications, right? And so we can't really do anything with our pattern that we've seen unless we know which explanation we're really talking about, right? We can't do anything really in this case without the proper causal inference to be able to distinguish the different why questions as opposed to just looking at the what. Now in this case, it's pretty obvious, right? We know that the hospital is probably not the thing making you sick, but if it's the case that it's more complex, or if we weren't certain about that, maybe you're looking at a part of the world where the hospital maybe would be a very likely place where you could get sick and could get an infection, right? Being able to distinguish distinguish the what question from the why question is going to be crucial for figuring out what exactly it is that you should do. So if we're interested in understanding one of two things, either how things actually work or anticipating how a system is going to change respond to a change, especially an intentional change, we need to know why. In the case of the hospital, we might be interested, okay, well, I observed this correlation in the data that at the hospital, there's a lot more sick people. So I'm asking myself, well, what would happen if I just stopped people from going to the hospital, right? That would be an intervention on my part. I would be pushing on the data in some way. I'd be making it change. And just the pattern itself is not going to tell me what's going to respond to that change, right? The pattern itself would say, oh yeah, you reduce hospitals, you're going to reduce sickness. But we know that the actual response to the change would be like, if we reduce hospitals, then we'd probably increase sickness, right? And so if you want to understand how a system is going to respond to a change, how sickness is going to respond to the reduction of hospitals, then you would need to have some sort of causal inference in there. Trying to just do it with the pattern isn't going to work, right? Because pattern finding, especially in statistics and even in other settings as well, is just an algorithm. Right? It's just trying to find the best way that it can to fit the data that it has. So what this is a picture from some AI experiments that happened a number of decades ago. And you might have heard of this before, where they were trying to make a computer program that would sort of teach itself how to walk, right? So they wanted this computer program to be able to sort of build itself into a shape that could walk along the ground, right? And so they gave it a task. They said, okay, here's your task. I want you to move from point A to point B in our little physics engine in the computer. And I want you to build yourself the shape that's going to be able to do that as quickly as possible. And the idea was they wanted it to learn how to walk. However, what happened is that it's an algorithm. It's only trying to fit the data that and the goal the best that it possibly can. And so what did it do? It just built itself really tall and fell over. And that was how it got from point A to point B as quickly as possible, right? Our pattern matching approaches that we have in statistics are just like this, right? We give it a goal. We want you to minimize the sum of squared residuals. We want you to find the maximum likelihood, right? And it will do the best job that it can in order to do that. And it will do a good job at probably fulfilling that goal. But that doesn't guarantee that it's doing it for the reason we want it to, right? There still could be those two different explanations of why hospitals and sickness are correlated in the data. And we want to make sure that we are picking the version that's actually walking and not the version that's falling down, right? We want to make sure that we know what we're getting out of it. So this brings us to the idea of identification. So we want to know that we know that we can't just use a what and expect it to tell us the answer to a why question, because we know, and another way to put this is correlation is not causation. However, it's a bit too strong to just say that correlation and causation are not the same thing, because some correlations are causal, right? We know this, right? Cigarettes are correlated with lung cancer, and we are pretty sure that that is because they cause lung cancer. So you can't just say that correlation isn't causation, because here's a correlation, cigarettes and lung cancer, that we're pretty certain is causal in nature, right? Identification is the process of figuring out which correlations are causal, or more broadly, what question can you ask that will answer the why question. Identification is saying that there are some what questions that do answer why questions, but you just have to figure out exactly which what question to answer, which statistical analysis can you do in order to answer the why question of interest, as opposed to answering a different question by mistake. And I keep using quantitative and statistics and data here, but in a second, I'm going to show you that this same idea applies in qualitative work as well. So if we're interested in the answer to a why question, but we only have data that we can work with to try to get a what question, we need to figure out what calculation, what analysis can we do, what version of a what question can we answer in order to get to that causal identification. So for example, let's say that we are back at the hospital and sickness example, and we can run an experiment, right? Let's say that we can run an experiment where we can randomize people to either go to the hospital or not when they're sick, and we'll see whether they get better or not afterwards, right? If we have that data from a randomized experiment, well, then I can say, oh, well, if I ask the what question of what are the different levels of sickness between people who we sent to the hospital and people that we didn't, well, we're pretty sure that that's going to answer the why question. Why are they sick or getting better? Right? But it's still just the same algorithm we're running. We're still just doing a comparison of means. It's not a different tool than we were using before in order to look for a pattern in the data. We're just pretty certain that this same tool is giving us the answer to a why question now. And the task of identification is to figure out in what cases and with what calculations are we going to be able to answer that why question, even though we are still technically working with the tools that we use to answer the what question, right? That's not going to be automatic, but but we are going to be able to do something about it. So identification is really necessary to make use of any result, right? And this is not just in the case of causal inference, as opposed to just seeing a statistical output and saying, well, here's what I think it is, right? I'd see the sickness and hospitals are correlated. I think it might be because of this. I think it might be because of that. Maybe labor force participation going up because of this or because of that. But if we want to actually pin that down with the data itself, we need to do some sort of identification. This is going to bring us, hopefully, the depth of understanding about why things occur that qualitative researchers are always going for. That's their first goal, right? They always want to know about why, they always want to know systems and all the details in it. But it can bring that depth of understanding and interest into the space of quantitative work as well, and while being able to make use of the relative strengths that quantitative work has, big sample sizes, things like that. And because of this, it can really vastly improve policy recommendations and avoid being fooled about policy effectiveness, right? We don't want to pass a policy that says get rid of all the hospitals, right? And we certainly have many policies that we see that are correlated with some sort of success measure, but we don't think are actually responsible for that success. We don't want to recommend those policies either. And in fact, you have been doing this all the time without knowing it, right? I'm using this fancy word identification if you haven't heard it before, but you've been doing this, right? This is a thing that we naturally do. If you've ever run an experiment, well, you were probably doing it because that experiment made it easy to identify the answer to the causal question that you were interested in. You knew that just looking in the data and looking at a correlation did not answer your question. And so you decided to run an experiment, and this gave you a form of identification, because now you know that when you do your calculation with the experimental data, you're getting an answer to your question. Qualitative researchers are always thinking carefully about how to separate out multiple explanations of the same data, right? When you talk to somebody and they give you a lot of explanation about what they're doing or why they're doing it, you know that there are multiple reasons why they could be telling you these things, and your job is to parse out these different things. For another example, just looking in regression analysis, if you've ever adjusted for seasonality, that is a form of identification. You're saying, okay, I'm looking at the labor force participation rate. I see that it goes, it just went up this month, but that could be for a couple of reasons. It could be because it is higher than it should be, or I would expect it to be, or it could be that it's just always a bit higher in the summer, right? So I'm going to take that out. That's a form of identification. I know that there were two different explanations for the data that I saw. I got rid of one of those explanations, the seasonal patterns, in order to isolate just the one that I wanted. Some other examples, many basic comparisons that we do are in the service of identification. Let's say that you're interested in knowing whether being exposed to immigrants improves your sentiment towards that group of immigrants. And let's say you take Azerbaijani immigrants as a particular example. Well, you might say, okay, well, I'm going to measure sentiment towards Azerbaijani immigrants at some different points of time. I'm going to see if it's increasing. But you might think, okay, well, wait a minute. Is it about being exposed to Azerbaijani immigrants, or is it just people are getting warmer towards immigrants in general, right? And so you might want to compare that increase for Azerbaijani immigrants against increases for other kinds of immigrant groups, right? And that would be a way of doing identification. You thought, there's two reasons why this number might be going up, because it's about this group specifically, or it could be a general rise. I'll get rid of the general rise and just look at the group specific. And always in general, the question of what research question we settle on is often driven by identification as well, right? Let's say that we're looking at predictors for whether someone chooses to vote. Well, I can tell you that a really good predictor of choosing to vote is going to be whether they voted last time, right? Now, that's a great predictor, but that doesn't really explain why they're a voter in the first place, right? So if our thing is trying to figure out why do people vote, I mean, that is going to predict whether they're voting or not, but it doesn't necessarily explain why they're doing it in the first place, what made them a voter to start. So identification is just the idea that we are trying to look at data, recognize that there are multiple reasons why the data that we see occurred, and try to pin down a particular explanation as to why we see that data, which should help us answer a why question. This is a very broad idea. As I said, it applies in qualitative work, it applies in quantitative work, it applies in just our everyday lives. But more specifically, now we can narrow it in a little bit on sort of the quantitative work of causal inference. So causal inference is a field specifically focused on carefully constructing your analysis so that you can not just hint and guess your way towards identification, but think carefully about how to achieve it, right? Not just think, okay, what are the reasons I can think of? I got two, I'll get rid of one of them, I'm probably good, right? No, causal inference wants to go further to have a much better idea of what question it is that you're actually answering. So how can you figure out which analysis to run such that the result that you produce actually answers your why question, your causal question of interest? And further, can you do it without running an experiment? Because many of the why questions that we're interested in, we can't really possibly run experiments about, right? It's just not feasible or not ethical or whatever it is. So let's say we're looking at the sentiment towards non-Azerbaijani immigrants, or looking at the sentiment towards Azerbaijani immigrants. Adjusting for the sentiment towards other immigrants is a start, but is that enough? Right? Causal inference would make sure that we get all the way to enough to answer the question. All right, so let me give you an example of this in effect. So I'm going to look at this study from 2018 from Carolina Arteaga called The Effect of Human Capital on Earnings. So what her goal is this. She wants to know, she says, okay, if we look in the data, we will see a correlation. We will see that the higher levels of education are correlated with higher earnings in the labor market. Now, why might this be, right? We get to that question. We have multiple different why explanations for the data that we see. One explanation is that college improves your skill. It makes you a more able worker. You can command more in the labor market. One other possible explanation is that it just lets you show off what skills you already have, right? You enter into college, you're already really super skilled. You can pass all the hard classes. You can show your employer, hey, look at my degree. I passed all those hard classes. I was probably pretty good to start. I didn't need to learn a whole lot in school. I already knew it. Right? Now, there's other explanations you can imagine as well, networking with people. But we want to isolate, can we figure out, does training from college courses actually translate into improved skill? I want to know, does college make you earn more because it improved your skill and made you a more able worker? You learned things. So we can't just look at the correlation. We can't just answer the what question, because we know that there are those multiple why explanations that we have, right? And so what Ortega argues is this. She says, okay, yeah, in general, course taking is related to the labor market for all those different reasons that we just said. However, what if there are some courses that you've taken that the employers don't know about, right? They can't observe that something has changed about the employment or the classes that you take. So let's say that you used to require a certain class and now you no longer do. Now nobody takes it. Well, now you haven't learned those skills, but the employers probably aren't paying attention to what the exact list of courses you have to take in college are. So if we see a change there, if we compare from when this class was required to when it wasn't, we can cut out the show off your skills explanation, because people aren't paying attention to that, right? They're not seeing whether you are passing that class or not. So that gets rid of one of the why explanation. So she finds a situation in a top Colombian business school that removed a certain list of classes from its requirements in a way that was not clear to employers. So we see a change in class taking, but with that the employers do not see. So we can, if we look at the relationship now, we can take that sort of showing off explanation off the table, which still does leave a couple of other things, right? It could be networking, it could be the different kinds of students who get into different programs, but it could be that you learn things. So just before and after the change, before we drop these classes from the requirements, it's the same criteria, same standards for the entering classes. They wouldn't have anticipated this change. And so the different kinds of people explanation drops out too, right? It's not that different people are going into different programs, because they already got into this program when the change was made. So we're getting rid of more explanations. It's still before after things. We dropped these classes. So maybe just things were changing over time in general. Maybe the labor market just got really bad at the same time that these classes got dropped. So that's another why explanation. If we see that earnings went down when these classes got dropped, maybe it's that you really needed the skills from those classes and you no longer have them. Or maybe it's just that the labor market got really bad at the same time. So she picks a comparison program. She says, okay, well, if it's just that the labor market's getting really bad, then we'd probably see earnings drop at this other school too that didn't change their program. So we're going to look at them as well, and we're going to compare, right? So what we're doing is we're thinking of all the different reasons why we might see a pattern in the data, and then eliminating them one by one by trying to adjust for, control for, make a comparison that makes sure that when we look at the data, we're doing a calculation that does not allow that particular explanation into the room. So here is what she finds. So what we're looking at here, we're tracking at real wages over time. You can see that the cutoff there is when the classes were dropped. The first thing I want you to look at is the green dots right there, the top 10. So these are comparison schools that are similarly competitive and of high quality compared to the school that dropped those classes. And if you look at it, you can see that its earnings are trending downwards a little bit over time, but there's no big jump at the point where the classes are dropped in mid 2005. Right? So we see this sort of downward trend. So it doesn't look like the labor market was changing all that much, or at least it was changing pretty slowly. Then we can look at the College of the Andes that dropped these classes. And what you see there is that its wages were pretty flat, and then it dropped the classes, and boom, immediately at that exact point, earnings for the graduates of that program dropped, right? So we're looking at it before and after change within a range where it's the same students, right? They didn't know that there's anything was changing about the entry requirements, that it was similarly selective. It's not different students before and after. It's not that the labor market was changing before and after. We can see that from the top 10 comparison colleges. And so this is really pinning it down that it seems like not having the skills from those particular classes really is the reason why we see that pattern in the data. Now, if I'd shown you this graph first, there are a lot of different reasons why we might have seen those blue dots going down at that point, right? But because we've structured our analysis carefully, we've gotten rid of those alternate explanations, pinning down just the one that we are particularly interested in, and therefore answering our why question with identification. We also look at, so that was the econ program. We can also look at the business program from the same college. We don't see as much of an effect there. Looks like it wasn't so important over there. So how can you actually do this, right? I gave you an example of how this was done, but how is it possible to actually perform this process? So the basic logical explanation of identification works through the explanation of patterns, right? We see a pattern in the data. We got to ask ourselves why that pattern might be there. So I mentioned we have lots of different possible explanations. And the trick is to find a part of the data where those alternate explanations do not apply, which is, you can sort of think of being analogous to an experiment, right? In an experiment, we have randomly assigned some sort of treatment. And in that case, whatever alternate explanations we have probably didn't apply. If we could randomly assign people to either get more classes or less classes, well, then we'd say, yeah, there's not really anything different there. It's just, you know, the random assignment. There's no alternate reason why you took these classes. It's just that I told you to, right? So we can find cases like that in the real world where some sort of comparison can be made where we think, yeah, there's nothing different here except for the treatment, right? Or we can remove variation that's related to those alternate explanations statistically. Like we might say, hey, we think that the reason why the earnings for these graduates went down is because the labor market was just getting worse over time. So I measure how much the labor market's getting worse over time using those comparison colleges, and I remove that explanation from my data. And we keep doing that until there's only our explanation of interest left. If you've ever included a control variable in a regression, that's an example of the latter. In fact, it's the only reason to control for a variable is to try to pin down your explanation by getting rid of some alternate reasons, right? If you look at the relationship between, say, wages and gender, and you think, well, maybe one reason why the wages and gender gap, wages might differ across gender, other than a sort of gender wage gap, might be different levels of education. Well, I'll control for education, right? That's a form of identification by getting rid of alternate explanations. So in order to do this, in order to get rid of these alternate explanations, you can't just rely on the data itself. Data itself will not tell you what these alternate explanations are, right? The data is great at answering what questions by itself. It's not so great at answering why questions. You have to think carefully about where the data came from. What is the data generating process that generated it? What is the theory underlying this process from which the data came, right? Theorists and qualitative researchers are all about this, right? And so imagine this, right? Imagine that you got something, and I'm realizing I did not bring a pen. I always have a pen at this. Whatever. Here is a remote control. Imagine you have a remote control and you drop it, right? What's the data that we observe? We have two observations. I'm up here, I'm holding the remote control. It's up and I'm holding it, and then I drop it and it is down, right? Those are two pieces of data that I have, right? And that's all that I have. Now, if you've never heard of gravity before, right, you'd be struggling to try to explain, well, I got two pieces of data. How can I explain why we see the remote up here at one point and down here at another? Can I really just say that it's because you dropped it? Is there something else going on here as well? Well, the data generating process in that case includes gravity, right? Gravity is the reason why the remote dropped when I let go of it. And that is part of the data, is the reason why we see the data that we do. And that's true whether we know about gravity or not. And in fact, if we had enough data and we had some idea about what's going on, we could use the data that we have to learn about gravity, to figure it out. And in fact, that's what they did, right? They figured out gravity by looking at the movement of the planets and saying, hey, you know, I wonder why those planets are moving the way that they do. And they figured out about gravity in that way. And they got even to the equation that determines gravity in that way. So this is the data generating process, and it's unavoidable. And you can also think of it as the theory that underlies your whole system. Right? If you think that you're getting away without doing this, without thinking about where the data came from, you're either doing a bad job of identification, or you're just doing it less formally in your head. And a lot of quantitative researchers do this less formally in their head, right? When they're thinking about what controls to add and things like that. However, something that can very much help in this process are causal diagrams. So causal diagrams are a form of modeling that is associated with Judea-Pearl. What it is it's just mapping out the data generating process that you think you have without having to do really complex mathematical modeling or anything like that. So it is often enough to figure out how to identify a question of it, a why question, to ask yourself this: what variables are likely to be relevant in your system? How do they cause each other? And that's it. You can think about what variables are likely to be in your system and how they relate to each other. That was enough information to tell you what are the alternate explanations that you need to get rid of, and how can you do that, right? How can you adjust your data to do that? So you ask yourself, what variables are likely to be relevant in causing my variables of interest, especially if they cause whatever variable you're interested in the cause of, and then how do they all cause each other? And then you just map them out with arrows and dots. They look like this, for example. So I mentioned, what is the effect of being exposed to Azerbaijani immigrants on your sentiment towards that group, right? So here we have a treatment variable. Were you exposed to Azerbaijani immigrants? Did you see them? Are they live around you? We have an outcome variable. What is your sentiment towards them? And we have some other variables that we think might be relevant here, right? Maybe things are just changing over time. Maybe that affects your general mood. That's not specific to immigrants, but maybe, you know, if you're in a bad mood, maybe you're just negative sentiment towards everybody. Your background, which could include a lot of things like where you live and your religious background and your ethnic background and all these different things could be in background, right? And all these things are going into the data generating process. We might think, okay, well, why were you exposed to Azerbaijani immigrants or not? Well, that's going to be related to when it is in time, right? There are more or fewer immigrants at given points in time. Where you live, there are more or fewer immigrants at different places, parts of the world. What your job is, what your ethnicity is, all these different things are going to determine whether or not you're exposed, and also determine what your sentiment is towards them. And so if we just look at the relationship in the data between exposure and sentiment, we are not going to be seeing the effect of exposure on sentiment, because it's also going to be driven by all these background factors, right? You know, if you'd say, hey, it looks like we see more exposure and more higher sentiment over time, then you think, wait a minute, over time, people's moods have been getting better. So I'd expect that to improve. And also we've been seeing more immigrants just for other reasons, but I expect that to increase sentiment by its own, right? We need to be able to isolate just this one arrow and get rid of all these backdoor paths, what we can call them. So once we have our diagram, we want to think, well, what are the paths that I can walk from point A to point B? All these different paths are going to tell us the different reasons why A and B might be related in the data. These are all going to be all the reasons why we see the pattern that we can then get rid of, right? So why do we see exposure and sentiment being correlated? Well, maybe it's because certain kinds of people, or people who live in certain parts of the country, have more exposure and more sentiment, or more exposure and less sentiment, right? That's a reason why we see that pattern in the data. So if I want to just isolate this arrow, I have to close down the influence of somebody's background. So we want to figure out what paths do correspond to the question, the effect of exposure on sentiment, and then close down all the other pathways, right? We want to select a sample with either no variation in the variable along that path, select people with all the same backgrounds at the same time, if you can, or use statistics to adjust for things like, I'm going to include a regression control for part of the country and ethnicity and religion, etc. So we want to make sure we don't close the paths we do want, right? We don't want to what's called post-treatment bias. You don't want to control for something that is caused by your treatment. There's also stuff like collider variables. I'm not going to get into all the complex details, but there are some things you don't want to control for as well. So I will say there's a tool called Dagity that you can check out that is very easy. It makes it very easy to map out what you think your causal diagram might be in your particular instance, and it will also help you figure out what are the pathways that you need to be closing. Now, I will say, in order to do this, we are going to need to make an assumption, and we're going to end up with an incomplete model, right? This model that I came up with is very simple, right? And anybody who's working on, issues of sentiment towards immigrants knows that this is a highly simplified representation. I will say part of that is simplification for the purposes of putting it on a slide, right? This is not the actual diagram that I would use if I was really studying this question. I would use something a bit more complex than this. But even then, the version that you would use to do an actual study would still probably be, at some degree, simplified. Right? It's necessary. We are making a model of the world. We can't fit the entire world onto a page. It's not possible. And in fact, if we tried, we would come to the conclusion that there's no point in doing research on anything, anytime, anywhere, right? You can't study the entire world all at once. So your model is going to be incomplete. And so the question is not, are we leaving something out necessarily, but is the thing that we are leaving out so important that we really have to include it, right? You have to ask yourself, are there variables that are not included that really affect the main variables, right? What needs to be included here? What's the main thing that I'm interested in? How can I model that as effectively as possible? The data can help you a little bit with this, but only a little bit, right? If you see that something is unrelated to your treatment, then maybe you can get away with saying there's no effect of that variable on my treatment. You don't have to fly blind, by the way, right? Once we have a diagram, that model will have what's called testable implications, right? There are tests that we can do with our diagram that if they are wrong, then that tells us that we've left something important out of our diagram. So in this diagram, for example, I can tell you that this diagram implies that your mood and your background are completely unrelated to each other. And not just because there's no arrow between them, but because there's no pathway that I can walk that doesn't include what's called a collider. So mood and background should be completely uncorrelated with each other. Now, if I have a measurement of mood in some way, and I then correlate it with your ethnicity or religion or whatever, and I find that those things are related, well, then I've left something important out of my diagram, and I know that I actually need to make it more complex that I haven't finished yet. So there are ways to sort of to check yourself to see if you've done a little bit too much in the way of simplification. So this gives us what are called placebo tests, ways to test. Your model should imply some relationships that should be zero, and you can test if they are, right? We would probably find in this case that your mood is related in some way to your background, and then that would tell us that we're not quite done modeling our system yet. So you might have done something like this before, a placebo test, right? Let's say that you're looking at the effect of whether advertising improves your sales. You just put an advertisement out, do your sales go up? Well, you look at there's a positive correlation, but if you're just looking at the correlation, that implies that, let's say, you shouldn't find that your advertising this year affects your sales last year, right? That shouldn't be possible. So if you look at this year's sale or this year's advertisements and correlate them with last year's sales, and you find there's a positive correlation, then you say, oh, I guess just looking for a correlation doesn't work, right? That's what a placebo test is all about. How's that on my time? All right. So Arteaga runs some of these placebo tests. So she says, okay, I'm looking at this, run up to this drop in the classes, and then I saw that earnings dropped right afterwards. And you might say, well, wait a minute, you said that nothing changed about the entry class, but maybe something did change, or maybe something changed about who managed to graduate. Maybe worse students are graduating now, and that's why the earnings went down, or maybe something else changed. And so she does these tests. She should say, well, if my assumptions are correct, if the way that I've modeled my system is correct, then I shouldn't see that the drop of these classes changed anything about the types of students who are going through the program. And she checks that. She says, okay, well, what's happening to the number of new students? Nothing really changes that much. What happens to their entry high school scores? Nothing changes that much. Well, what happens to the graduation rate? Nothing changes that much, right? She checks all these things and says, well, in my assumptions, this suggests that there shouldn't be an effect here. And so I looked for an effect. I didn't find one. That's good, right? That backs up the simplifying assumptions that I made. Now, there are certainly still simplifying assumptions that she made. But it looks like maybe they're not that big of a deal, right? Is what we see in the data here, which is nice. That helps us get to identification. So there are a number of different ways to do this, and there are methods for trying to implement these things. And I will say all of these are just methods that give us a what answer. But if we do them properly and we set up our model right, and we think carefully about what it is that we need to adjust for, what pathways we need to close, then we can get to our answer of a why question. And there are two main approaches, right? One is, as I mentioned before, looking for trying to close down alternate explanations, controlling for variables. If you've ever used a regression before and controlled for a variable, that's what you were doing. So you have a variable that you think is an alternate explanation, you can measure it, you control for it, good to go. You can use this with regression, you can do this with matching, you can do this with machine learning. Double debiasing is the hot new approach. You can also measure and control for close down some alternate pathways that are unmeasured as well. There are some methods for doing that, like fixed effects or difference in differences. There are also some ways that you can ignore all of that and say, I'm not going to worry about all those alternate explanations. I'm just going to be able to pick out just the one explanation that I'm interested in from the start. And that's where you can literally run an experiment. There are also methods called instrumental variables, regression discontinuity as well. Now I have a bazillion slides here going through sort of the toolbox, but I am running out of time. I believe that the goal was to leave 20 minutes for questions. So I'm going to have these slides. I figured I wouldn't be able to get through all this, but I will say I'll make these available. You can check back in on them. There's also resources available. So to sum up, sort of, there we go. So whether you're trying to get a causal effect or not, right? The idea of identification is simply that we are trying to make sure that the analysis that we do gives us the answer to the question that we want, which is often a why question that we want to know the answer to. And simply looking at the data in itself and the patterns in the data will probably not tell us the answer to a why question. It will probably tell us the answer to a what question. So we want to do identification to make sure that we are in fact doing the what analysis that gives us the answer to the why question. In the case of causal identification, there's a sizable and growing set of standard tools that help us do this. Do things like close down these alternate explanations by controlling for stuff that we can measure, controlling for stuff that we can't measure, or trying to isolate front door paths and do things that are experiments or things that are quite like experiments in the way that they work. So if you can combine these tools with careful thinking through of identification and the system that your data is coming from, this is going to make your data far more useful. It's not just going to be able to say, hey, the labor force participation went down, and you can think, well, I wonder why that is. I have a bunch of different reasons why. Maybe it's this, maybe it's that. But it can actually use the data to help pin down the different reasons why we see the data go how it does, and much less likely to lead you astray, so you don't end up closing all the hospitals. There are a bunch of resources that can help do this. I, of course, will recommend my book, The Effect. It's a very simple introductory book that really helps lead you into this whole idea without being super mathematical. It also covers those toolbox methods that I mentioned, like difference and differences, regression discontinuity, pretty thoroughly. There's also Scott Cunningham's Causal Inference, the mixtape, which is a bit more advanced. If you know a bit more statistics going into it, that might be a good one to go for. It also brings in the history of these methods, which is very cool. and a bit more of the academic literature. It also has a lot more on a method I didn't mention called synthetic control, which is, I'm not going to go into the details of, but it's there. There's also Judea-Pro, who I mentioned, is behind those causal diagrams that I talked about. He has a number of different books. I say he has 2 books. He has a number of different books. The one that is the most introductory is the Book of Why, also written Mackenzie, which is more computer science minded. So if you're coming from that realm at all, it's all about causal concepts, not so much how to apply this causal identification idea, but more what are these concepts? How do we theoretically think about causality? How do we pick these things out? And if you really want to get into hardcore stuff, his book Causality is the sort of the in-depth look at the sort of technical field of causality. All right, I believe that is about my time, and then we can open it up for questions.
Nick, thank you so much. This was such a brilliant keynote speech, and yeah. So the audience is like, of course, it's a mix of folks who have both kind of applied experience of like doing the stuff that you described, and those who are just kind of trying to explore, and those who have not even kind of done a kind of similar type of research. And I think it was very exciting and informative for all of these audience members, which is great. Okay, I also want to open up the floor for questions. So I'll just ask our participants just to raise their hand and then unmute themselves and ask questions. I'm pretty sure there are some questions that they would like to ask. Yeah, feel free to raise your hand and unmute yourself.
I have a pretty technical question, and so I don't want to ask it if anyone else wants to jump in first with a more general one. I don't want to kill the mood. So, but does anyone else have any questions? I mean, Dotto, you might have something more general than me.
Since when does math kill a mood?
No math, no math.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, it's okay.
So thanks for this talk again, Nick.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed the effect. I'm thinking about changing my impact evaluation course over to teaching that.
Oh, good.
But my favorite chapter inside of it is the Gallery of Rogues. And I just wanted to know if there's any other sort of upcoming quasi-experimental approaches that are coming out in the literature right now that we might not be aware of in the region, or that we might not have caught on to. So thanks so much.
Yeah. So a lot of the new quasi-experimental designs that I've seen recently are sort of variations on a theme, right? So they're either taking the logic of difference and differences and applying them in better ways, or they're thinking of different, cleaner ways to apply instrumental variables. So for example, I guess it's not that new, but like the Bartik shift share stuff in instrumental variables. So the idea of this is that, let's say that you want to know what is the effect of some sort of national change on something. So let's say, so let's say that we're interested in the United States, and we know that we opened up a lot of trade with China over the past couple of decades, and what effect did that have on employment in different parts of the country, right? And so what the Bartik shift share would say is, okay, we open up trade with China, and different parts of the country specialize in different goods that are more or less exposed to that trade, right? Some people might have been living in a part of the country where you're doing a lot of manufactures, and that competes very heavily with China. All right, some other people in the different parts of the country might have been doing a lot more services, and that doesn't compete so directly with China. So when we open up trade with China, it's really just these counties that get the competition, and these ones don't. And so you can use instrumental variables, which is an old method, but in a new way, to say, okay, well, we should sort of have this dose response thing going on, where this county is going to see more of an effect than this county, and we can use that to isolate what the effect actually is. So that's one example of an old tool being used in a new way and a new design that works pretty well. And so there's a lot of different things like that, right? There's Mendelian randomization, also instrumental variables. There's synthetic control is relatively new, right? That's also in the Gallery of Rogues. There's a lot of other stuff coming through in machine learning, where it relies on being able to measure all those backdoors, which is a bit disappointing, but so far, is able to work in a lot more high dimensions. So you can do stuff like, I'm going to control for 8,000 variables, right? There's some interesting stuff on that. Then there's some interesting work. I'm trying to remember the name of the paper that looked at data in Sweden, I believe, and said, okay, for a long time, we've been skeptical that we can just control for all the stuff we need to control for. But let's look at the effective education on earnings, a very old econometric problem. But now we just have a zillion controls, and we can add them all with machine learning, and we can add them all with really highly detailed data. And it looks like we can get pretty close to what we think the right answer is, even with just measured controls. And I think that's a neat method as well.
Thanks so much.
Koba, go ahead.
Hi, thanks first of all for this very useful and interesting talk. And well, I mean, this is also a practical matter for us because we start doing more and more experiments and try to look at causes and effects. And we often have this challenge, what to do when you have good randomization. So you have random assignment, and sometimes we try to incorporate controls. Sometimes we say that, you know, what's the experiment for if you include a bunch of controls there? But we tend to not have kind of settled to any of those approaches. And what would be your practical advice? Is it advisable? Let's say it's survey experiments where we are sure that randomization is close to perfect, and still we use there sometimes controls to take care of alternative explanations, but at some point this also cancels the essence of randomization. So what would be your advice there?
Right. So thinking about, you know, when you have what you're pretty certain is pretty good randomization, and you're worried about some sort of imbalance across the treatment and control groups, right? What your real concern is, if you're looking at some sort of measure. So let's say that you randomize treatment and control, and it looks like, you know, the proportion male is higher in the treatment than it is in the control, something like that, right? Now your real concern is that, well, now we have a correlation between this control variable and treatment that shouldn't be there, that we want to adjust for, because we also think that's going to be related to the outcome. And so the real thing is that if you are pretty certain that in the population, right, if you had infinite data, there wouldn't be a relationship, right? If you think that your only problem is that you have a finite sample, and that's the reason why we see this relationship, then adjusting makes sense, right? That you just sort of by random chance, you got this difference, you want to account for that difference. So using some sort of control makes a lot of sense in that case. What you also want to be looking for at that point is whether or not it's an indication that something has gone wrong with randomization, right? That's the other concern. And at that point, the control would not really fix it. If you think that people are somehow managing to select themselves into treatment or control in some way, then you need something a lot more complex than just a control. Then you'd have to worry about some sort of selection process or use instrumental variables, things like that. So keeping in mind that if we're pretty certain that we're in the first thing, we really are pretty certain about our randomization, and we just think that, oh, there's this imbalance across groups, then the question is not so much, then I think adding a control makes sense. When you want to add a control, I think has more to do with the size of the difference than it does the statistical significance of the difference, right? So if you have a difference in gender mix of 55% versus 45%, that's huge. You got to deal with that, right? But if it's tiny, let's say a difference of 0.1 percentage point, but it's significant because you have a large sample, that would not be so much of a concern to me, because the concern is not that the effect is non-zero. The concern is that the effect is large enough that it's going to bias your treatment or bias your estimate. That's what I would say.
Thank you.
More questions? So if possible, then, Hans, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much for this very inspiring talk. For the younger people, and especially for the younger people in the audience, of course, we can all learn. But what would you recommend people that are at a level of maybe having finished an undergraduate degree, somewhere there, maybe having one master's degree, of where to go and so to speak, where to learn more, and what kind of master's courses, et cetera, could set them on a path where they can maybe explore some of these things in more detail? I'm asking this in part because we get asked this question as well by people that ask, try and figure out which way to go with their education. And of course, this really seems like a absolutely relevant competence to get into.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so at least here in the United States, the place where I've seen the master's programs that really account for this tend to get titled Applied Econometrics or Applied Economics, as opposed to economics, which often has a lot more macroeconomics and microeconomic theory, and as opposed to applied statistics masters, which in my experience tends to be a lot more about prediction as opposed to identification. So that's what I've seen the titles be, at least. But I mean, this is not an economics topic exclusively, right? There's a lot of different fields that deal with identification, and statistics certainly has a lot to say. And so while I would say that most of the things that I've seen have been labeled applied economics, there are probably some other more isolated programs out there that might even be called causal inference or causality, or applied statistics programs out there that do deal with a lot with causality. And so right now there's not like a great unified, like this is the program to take. Applied economics sort of got there first in terms of creating a lot of master's programs. But I suspect that over time, it will probably shift to be a broader range.
Super, thank you.
Other questions? Perhaps, if I may, I will use this discretion as a moderator, just to ask one question, if possible. We try to do more applied work, right? So our work sort of revolves around policy evaluation and so on and so forth. But of course, we don't deal with too much theory in this process, right? So usually, of course, you have, especially when you're designing a kind of causal or like kind of experimental, quasi-experimental study, you still kind of base your argument and your kind of design on like some previous theoretical work. But in many cases, especially when the policy evaluation is sort of donor-driven, it's a little bit challenging to have this theoretical background. And what would you recommend in this case when it comes to identification strategy? How much theory should we use, or what to refer to?
So I have a chapter on this. I think it's chapter 11, Causality with Less Modeling, in my book. And so the way that I think about it is this, right? I think that there are indeed a lot of cases where, doing a full theoretical model is impractical or likely to be more full of errors than helpful. And I think that you can help yourself in those cases by narrowing down your focus on where you're looking. That there's a whole model out there, right, that would be proper. But the place where you really need to focus is, what are the things that are causes of both your treatment and your outcome? And there's other stuff that matters, but that's the stuff that like really matters. And that's often a lot easier to think about than trying to map out an entire system. And if you can get that list and think carefully about what are the things that are going to cause both my treatment and my outcome, or at least be correlated with both my treatment and my outcome, then that really cuts your work out for you. That tells you these are the things these are going to be alternate explanations for why I see these two things being related to each other. These are the things that I need to adjust for, or I need to be able to make sure that my quasi-experimental design manages. And you might miss some stuff, right? You might miss some colliders or some post-treatment bias or whatever. But most of the time, and honestly, what most quasi-experimental researchers are doing is exactly what I just said. Right? They are thinking, okay, what are the things that cause the treatment of the outcome, and forget everything else. And so that's the way that they often proceed. And I think that will lead to some errors, but it will work pretty well most of the
time. Thank you so much. Hans, did you have another question? Because your hand is still visible.
No, apologies. I'll take it down.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. It's okay. Yeah, I used to teach on Zoom like too much, so I'm kind of always trying to double check if there are hands up in the air. All right. I think we are actually over time in the program we we had the keynote and the Q&A session, like up until the 6:45, and we kind of went over time, which but I mean, again, let me thank you so much. Let me thank you for this very inspiring and exciting talk, and the answers and the feedback that you provided us with the questions. And yeah, I hope that I'm pretty sure everyone in the audience enjoyed this talk, and it actually, so it's great to see and to kind of to feel that it will create like so much food for thought that we can like use in both applied work in our teaching, because many of us actually teach at universities, as well as just kind of, it's always great to open up new horizons, kind of when it comes to kind of some intellectual work, and it's just a kind of great end of the day to learn a little bit more about important things. Again, thank you so much, Professor Huntington-Klein, and I also have a small announcement about tomorrow's sessions. We start at noon Tbilisi time, so we'll have about 15-minute registration time. We have 2 more panels. We have 3 more panels tomorrow about language and politics, discourses of migration, and wrapping up, we will be doing a methodological innovations panel featuring, by the way, featuring Dustin from the audience as well. So again, thank you so much to Professor Huntington-Klein, to the audience, and yeah, looking forward that the audience will join us during tomorrow's conference day as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.